Welcome to session number 18 of our run through Tears of the Kingdom. Current scorecard is 1 dungeon, 44 shrines, and I believe it's 138 Koroks, none of which have yet been cashed in. And after all this time, still no paraglider. But we'll eventually get to that, I'm sure. Map currently looks like this. We spent the last couple of streams mostly in the Gerudo Desert. We're kind of on a boundary of potentially getting out, but who knows where the game may take us. So, currently, we are tasked with clearing the tumbleweed in this area. I think we're not only supposed to clear it, but also prevent any from getting in, which is why we have some fans lying about, if I'm not much mistaken. Yeah, we have a couple of fans that are located here that we're probably going to pull out. We might bunch everything together and just let it blow it away or set it on fire, or who knows. So, do we just clean up the tumbleweeds? If we do, then I think we just set everything on fire. And we don't even need to use arrows for that necessarily. In fact, this is a good time to test out our object throw. Perhaps. Yeah. And just have everything catch fire if we do it. We probably do want to set up some of the fans, though. Just bunch everything together in one place, so they do keep rolling in. As we can see. And then, yeah, we'll just blow everything away as soon as we can. Do need to stand up, though. Whoop. Turn it around. We'll just leave this active for as long as we can. And just try to get everything out of here until the battery dies. Actually, let's just punch them all in one place. And, she's asking me to clear them, but I think setting them on fire may actually work just fine. We don't want to spend too much power or durability on this, so one thing we could do is if we have a Korok leaf weapon. This weapon is about to be done anyway, but we do have a leaf over here. That's probably going to be much more cost efficient. And we'll just do a bit of a sweep. Get everything into one pod, perhaps, and then just set it all on fire after that. Yeah, just bunch them all up together if we can. She did say something about more arriving, and yeah, we don't want to make too much contact with this, obviously, because that does eat your ability, but the wind power by itself shouldn't, so. The idea behind it is that we just get everything together in one place again without making too much contact. Then, if we can, we'll light it a flame. Where's my ruby broadsword? There we go. Well, that's one way to do it. Just toast it all if we can. The gusts are going to blow it all away. I think they should probably be destroyed by this. I'd be really surprised if they somehow survived. So over here, for instance, you can do a little slap. Nope. Should have just set a campfire or something and let it do all the burning for me. Then let's check around here for anything else. Got a couple more in this cluster. Yeah, I think burning it is easiest. Maybe not the most environmentally friendly approach, but that's not really our concern at this stage, so just you all here. A slap. Hopefully that didn't need too much durability on a sword, because it is something we do want to keep in hand in case we're in cold climates later. Anything else? Let's check around. Yeah, we just burned everything here. I think we're probably going to be okay. There's one piece over here that we can light up, perhaps. And if it gets blown way out of the way, that's probably fine too. I bet she acknowledge this. Well, we're almost done by the looks of it. Look at that, there's a little loot here all over the place in the garbage pile. In case we want some pepper that's been sitting here amidst the tumbleweed for whoever knows how long. Okay, what are we missing? Oh, that's interesting. What's this? That looks like actually a flame emitter. We could have just used that instead of doing everything the long way. Is it? Yes, it is. Well, would have been helpful. Anyway, let's just light this one up as well, I guess. And I should do it. Here we go. And then, do we have anything left? I mean, I guess a whole bunch got blown away by updrafts. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, I guess this does kind of set the boundary, and then we just take it out of here and chuck it and see what happens. Now, do we need to set up some kind of defensive perimeter with defense? Maybe. But I'm not entirely clear on that, and so... Oh, it looks like we did meet the requirement. Excellent. Unless, of course, they'll blow back in. My pouch is full. You want to give me a shield, okay. Well, you know what? Let's drop a shield so we can pick it up, and then we'll probably just wind up dropping it anyway, but at least we'll fulfill the quest. Royal shield, very nice. We'll take it. We had it with the frost emitter here, but maybe since we're dropping it, we can put the flame emitter on it instead. We never really did end up using the frost emitter shield as a thing. Actually, I wonder if using it in conjunction with a fan might be nice. Let's take a look at our available options. We might even just put that royal shield on it. We've got a couple of those already among our options, so I think we actually will go with a flame. Unless... Okay, Zonite shields are already... There, Zonite shields, of course, better with the devices, but, you know, you do. Alright, switch back out of that until we get into a situation that requires it, and then let's see if she does anything else with the next conversation. Oh, we'll get even more. Excellent. Looks like our sound is starting to cut out a little bit. Let me just fix that since we're at the beginning of the stream. Just keeping an eye on that to make sure we don't have too many issues. And we'll be right back into it. Always a bit of a roll of the dice at the beginning of the stream as to whether this is going to plague us a bit, but I think we're fine. There we go. Alright, speaking of which. Does she give me anything else? Probably not. Well, the Ember was kind of nice, so we'll take it. And then, we're pretty much at the edge of a desert here. I don't know if we had any particular ambitions. Coming out of the last stream, we were mainly here just to hit this smoke signal that we had noticed. As far as immediate objectives go, not really that many. I mean, we can unstar this now. We know there's a tower there. We know that we just never explored this area in this entire corner, so perhaps just proceeding forward might be the best idea. And seeing what is down below in the canyon. The original ambition is to just continue wrapping around the map. I think Satori Mountain is somewhere around here, and then you've got the Hebrew region over here. And just kind of circle around and eventually see what the Rito problem is going to be. This, of course, is the flame Gliok that we have no means of taking down just yet. But if we get back to the Hyrule proper, let's see maybe what is over in Dwag. That's going to be a goodbye to the desert. We spent quite a bit of time there. We're also a little bit backlogged with some shrine rewards that we can cash in at some point, but I think we'll just follow the cliffside for now and just see if we can enter into Southern Extremity. This was, of course, the place where you could originally find the great big Ganondorf horse that we already imported from our Breath of the Wild save file. That is just a pillar. We'll take a peek and scout, but of course, just given the trickiness of climbing back down from that potentially without the glider, we'll not overcommit to it just yet. Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit out of reach. That's okay. I think maybe the overhang will be fine. We actually need to follow its tilt. Go this way. Perhaps. We'll see. I mean, ideally what I would have done here is create some kind of ramp myself. It would allow me to go up, but perhaps if there is a spot here that's going to be climbable, that'd be great. The thing I don't know is whether the powers are upgradable, whether you can extend the time, the duration of recall, for instance, which would be a pretty significant boon. And then, well, yeah, that's just one heart of damage, thankfully. But obviously one thing that could be done is if you have a peg in a platform, or if you have some other way of bracing a passage up there. See that? Or perhaps even just lifting the top up. Nope, not really. Riding a gust. I think the idea is that you probably have to fly off of a cliff and land there with a paraglider, which would make sense if we wanted to do things that way, except... let's see, how many rocks do we have here? Or other objects? Oh, wait, we do see some pegs. Okay, great, great. That's how to do it. You just need to grab enough of these to create a platform to stand on. They're fully climbable. And then we have even more platforms, which is great. So that solves this completely. Now we just create a couple of ascension points to go up Maybe even some drop points to go back down, so we're in good shape. In fact, even 2 ascension points by themselves might be enough, and so what we would do, perhaps, is... oh, we'll see. We'll see. Perhaps you can't quite get enough height on Ultra Hand for the first one to really slot it in high enough, but if you do, then you can do this. Then if you do that, maybe you can drop towards his safely. Very good. Should be a treasure rather than a Korok. And what do we have here? 3 rockets. I like it. I like it very, very much. We were quite short in those. Yep. Yeah, of course we're going to miss that completely anyway, and get perilously low in health, which we will heal up at some point, especially if we potentially have some temperature issues, but it looks like things are quite temperate here for the time being, so we can even switch out our gear a little bit. Maybe even have the shock resistance headpiece just to be safe. And we'll head on down. Alright, goodbye to the desert for now. After several days, it's nice to have a bit of a change of scenery. Then we'll see what awaits us below. It's not going to be the Ganon horse this time. We got it last game, and we already found a giant horse in this game, so... probably just going to chuck the spear at something. Maybe not one of the keys, of course, because they're easy enough to take down, but... anyway, nice to see some vegetation again. It's been too long. What bow am I on? Yeah, it's overkill, but we'll do it. Way overkill, in fact. Considering that we're taking some durability out of it, but you know, we've been overstuffed bows. It's not like we've gotten into big fights that really do require them. And we'll give this a bit of a climb as well. Oh, here's my arrow. Found some lightning over there, but doesn't affect us now, unfortunately. Yeah, we've been walking around so much, it'll be nice to be reunited with a horse again at some point. But yeah, this is basically the bottom left corner of this zone. We do see a smoke signal over there. That's probably worth checking, but we'll get there. And in the meantime, we got plenty of stamina to see if this is going to say yahaha or no, it's just going to be eggs. That's fine. Eggs are great. Alright, nothing much here then. Aside from that, let's see if we can just run down gently. Always something that requires a little bit of technique here.
Sploosh.
And thank you for the follow, but please keep the advertising to a minimum. And let's see if we can go up. So we do see a Lionel here. Let's check its color. I don't think I'm prepared for Lionels yet, but we do have some pretty strong weapons. It's just that I can't take a hit at all, really. And we also are pretty low on food right now, so... Is that a silver? Did that count as silver, or is that a blue? Anyway. This is going to be a boss location then. Well, like I said, I would not be confident about taking it right now. With our current level of gear. I'd like to come back and farm Lionels at some point. We have weaponry, it's just that we don't. Beyond that. Oh, I should have merged the Zonite sword with something earlier. That's okay, we can still probably drop a construct horn or something on it and use that to poke a Lionel to death. But, you know, these are big fights, and I don't know if we have the means. It's mostly the food that's a bit of a limitation right now. Because we just don't have that much to work with. Possibly, though, if we put up some shock resistance. I mean, I don't know what kind of arrows this one is going to use. Lightning arrows were obviously a huge problem with the Lionels in the previous game, but we don't know if that's going to be a problem here. Yeah, stamina food is obviously always going to be pretty good. But regardless, I think... I mean, we have been taking Moldugas and such, it's just that Lionels are kind of under own order of complexity, especially once they start getting upgraded in color. And, you know, not dying to the tree would be a start, certainly. This is what happens when you're just a little bit too risky about not eating up between completing certain tasks. Anyway, we're here regardless, and in the same spot we were before, pretty much. I don't know if we any eggs saved up. But... yeah, where am I? Yeah, so we were marking this place with a skull earlier. That's the thing about being reset, is that you do need to reset your map markers, and that's something we have to keep in mind if we do take some additional tests. Plenty of grass here for fire if we want to toast him. Perhaps even do that chew jelly firebomb strategy that we were thinking about. Yeah, it would be nice to get something like a Lionel weapon. We've just been really bad about landing flurry rushes in this game, and so... Also, how will we use that many pins on the map? I need to put a lot that I just forgot to take off. Oh, he senses me. Probably want the arrow opener if we want to be careful about this, but... yeah, on this little armor, we're just going to get one shot like crazy, so... if he gets even a single swipe. We haven't fought one in this game yet, but... you know, we know our reset point currently. We can make a run at it. Let's just see. Probably just toss the spear right away. Got some decent weapons. If we put something with this mighty Zonite sword, that'd be good, but... like if we have a good construct material to work with. Construct horns. We had some construct 4 earlier. We can probably put something like a construct 3 on it. Construct 25 attack power. Soldier 24 attack power. Yeah, I don't need to be too frugal about this stuff. It does count as a device, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. So... let's say we just drop this for a moment, and then... just give you 53 because of the bonus. It's not too bad, but two-handers are going to be a bit slow for my purposes, I think. We don't want to be... Oh, that's actually a one-hander. It's very good, in fact. But we probably generally want to be saving those for situations where we're fighting on lightning. So, you know, this will probably be the first choice weapon. After we land a spear, of course. We do need to eat up. That is going to be necessary. So, probably the speed buff, I'm thinking. The hasty mushroom balls. And then, what are we doing for ammunition? We can probably shock him out of the bat and start burning him or something. Yeah, let's... We can go bombs just to... Yep, shock would perhaps get the weapon out of the way. Let's see what works. Whoa. Oh, he just stomps me right away. Okay. That was quick. Very quick movement. We didn't really get a chance to land. Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was a quick movement. Wow. Alright, so if we engage him with that shot, we have to be pretty careful. Again, let's see if we can do the construct horde. Because I actually do like this idea. But we pretty much can't take damage against him. At all. Let's heal up. We'll get the one-shot protection. We'll actually get the lightning strike as well. Fire. Whoop. Oh, total miss. We'll need another bow. Let's go royal. Let's try to snipe him from behind. What arrows has he got? He's got... Alright. Yeah, we gotta strafe around that. We don't have the glider for the lift. What's it? Well, yeah, there's a single hit. Even with a shield. Yeah, until we know their patterns with two-handers in the current game, I have to think back to what their patterns were from 5 or 6 years ago, and we might just not be ready. Yeah, we just need to be able to take a hit defensively before we can do that, I think. Of course, not missing would be nice. Yeah, no, actually, not having a paraglider is a pretty serious limitation against these guys because you can't ride the updrafts. Which was a very standard bread and butter strategy for me in the previous game, so I think we're going to leave him. As with Gleok, this is going to be more of an endgame thing that we'll eventually deal with. We can still hunt around for Koroks in the trees in the meantime, but... And also remember to do the construct horn thing for the damage, although maybe putting an emitter on that weapon is couldn't be much preferred. Hang on. What's it doing? There we go. Yeah, it looks like the shield kind of took an initial hit for me, but that didn't last very long. So let's just get out of here for the time being. Yeah, it's fine to have longer term objectives for later in the game. That's something we should actually get accustomed to again after trying to do so much greedily. Right now it's just a defensive armor that needs a couple of tiers of upgrades probably before we get that fancy. Riju, get over here. Let's do things the fancy way. There we go. Much better. Now let's poke it. And take your arm. Hopefully it didn't pull Lionel from a distance while doing all that. Soldier spear. Let's see here. Okay. Anything else to pick up? Not really. Suspicious looking tree. And we'll just comb our way up, given that we haven't, again, looked at this side of the waterway at all. I think we'll work our way towards the smoke signal. Got some keys over here, of course. Lightning against lightning is probably not going to do much. But yeah, learning how to get better positioning on a Riju is, of course, going to be quite a boon when we get around to mastering that. But for the time being, we're just going to run up. Let's see what we can achieve. Okay, this is clearly a shrine crystal delivery location, so that's going to be the kind of puzzle that we're looking for now. Also, rain is coming. Things are glowing. Let's maybe switch off of that just to be absolutely safe. Interestingly enough, the Royal plus Knight Shield... Oh, no, okay, no, this is not the lightning mark. This is just the undamaged weapon mark. We're fine. Until lightning starts striking, and then maybe less so. But anyway, smoke signal is still visible even in the rain, so well. Or, well, I spoke too soon. That's okay, we know where it is. We'll see what that's all about. We see a sled. And another sled, and a control stick. So what is this? It is just going to be delivering this. Horse spotter, yeah. And again, someone on a horse. Prop it up in a saddle or attach it to a harness. Yeah, perhaps he doesn't let me take this unless I hitch it to a horse. Enormous horse? Actually, I have it. So... yeah, no, I have it, so we'll just do it. Road east from here is the Highland Stable. Let's do it. We've solved it. We just need to get the horse. And back here. And then we just drive the crystal down with a sled. And everything will be alright. Now the stable is just east of here. We have been there before, so we'll just cross over and maybe we'll even ride the sled down and do things the fast way. Let's take a look. Of course, if we grabbed a giant horse, we're not going to have a harness for it. to land this first. Probably get in front of it. Okay. That didn't last very long. Death Mountain over there. It's a little bit difficult to see in the rain, but you know, we'll back here, and this is directly west of where we're headed, so we're good. Just need to find a good slope for it. Have a bit of a bumpy ride, probably. Whoa, moblin time. It's moblin time. So much for the Royal, that's okay. I wonder where that came from. I mean, surely that had a bow. Everything's just gonna fall away, though. Oh, it would have been fun to take a sled. I'm gonna burn these valuable shields in a shield starve, though, over rocks. This is clearly a Korok point, a donation box. Probably for apples, though, there's one Yiga clan type that we actually haven't figured out yet. Oh. Oh, it's just one guy running around, okay. Simple. Let's reorient ourselves. Usually we just use a couple of prominent landmarks like the various mountains. Death Mountain in the northeast. Mount Reneru in the southeast. Usually pretty simple to get a hang of. Good thing we're loaded on lightning. I want to see some blue chews relatively soon, though, so we can get some other damage types back in the mix. Anyway, rain's going to dissipate. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, lots of lightning to work with. Yeah, let's just let's just go back to the stable and grab my horse. That's literally all we need to do for that shrine to be a success. I don't think there was a shrine gated behind horses in the previous game. There were some, like, you know, being able to commandeer the deer or something like that in various places, but I guess if you're getting 100%, this game really does want you to have the giant horse. I don't know if we want to bother with the little talus over there. I don't really have a good hammer weapon right now anyway. That wouldn't be an absurd waste of high damage resources. We can afford to be a little pickier about fights in general at this point, just because we have high damage weapons galore. Yahaha. Yahaha. Another big fortress over there. We've taken a couple of those out already, but since we're really loaded on inventory right now, I don't feel the urgency. This is the bridge that does lead up to Highland Stable. There is a camp that we would need to clear on the way there unless we go around. There is in fact a pirate ship that I thought we had cleared previously, but then that was before Blood Moon, so... Interestingly enough, I think the weapon... rather, the enemy types seem to have been upgraded there since. You clear the pirate ship as an objective, though. I think maybe it doesn't It kind of reloads the whole crew. That's okay. I mean, technically we built it in for questing purposes, I recall. This was in fact our arrival point when we came in through the southern coast. And of course, electric weapons in a rainstorm, that would be fun. Actually, you know, we haven't looted white moblins. This could be fun. Let's go long range. Actually, let's go Arakuda. Just to get a headshot with this. Oh. It's not within range. Monster forces. Oh. Okay, oh. We're getting hit right here. Whoa. Oh, we forgot to heal up. Okay. My mistake. That's what happens when you use the Pro UI. You don't look out for stuff like that often enough. Just completely forgot to heal up. That's okay. We know where this is. We know the previous point at least was the Korok. Actually, we'll fight it again, I think, because I think we can take it. We just need to be cautious. And we need to eat first. And movement is going to be good, but maybe it's a little too good here. Attack up is going to be pretty good too. Let's go attack up. Then it's not going to be a lot of time on that, but can in the meantime just fill in this remaining slot here with a palm fruit or something. Yeah, it's not really within range of a lot of stuff. Oh, now it is. There we go. We know that shock arrows are generally pretty good against these guys. We'll just dump them. Right, so that guy threw things at me previously this way. Oop, we gotta heal up. Do we want to use all of that? Not really. What's a good one? Speed is not going to be bad. We do have... Yeah, in general we just need more food with hearts. Like, doesn't matter too much if we just burn the stamina food, I guess. It's one of the easier ones to come by. And then 4 of those, yeah. Yeah, electric weapons against these guys in the rain, it's gonna be fine. We can totally take them all. Okay. This will do just fine, in fact. I'm gonna be burning through this royal bow like crazy, but... Get Riju, get over here. Okay. Dumping a lot of this jelly, but we've got tons, so that's what it's for, really. It's more that we're dumping tons of our ammunition, too. We don't really necessarily even need arrows for this. We can just throw the item directly and just go lightning bomb against them all day. But anyway, well, that's down. We could probably just get Richu now. Just go standard arrow against him. Just tag him out. Great. This will be easy, just very costly. But that's okay, because we'll be looting white moblins for the first time. That is just going to be inherently valuable, I think. Assuming we can get up here. Silver moblins, rather. Ready to re-attack power, yeah. New breakthrough, as far as the enemy set goes. Yeah, we dumped way too much ammo on it, but ammunition can be recovered with time, and we have so much of the shock fruit, too, that I don't even mind spending all that much. We probably do not want to roast that just in case there's food inside. We don't want to cook. Let's just do things a slow way. That's the thing about this game, is you want to maximize your fun. You really can't be afraid of dumping tons of resources on a big fight every now and then. I mean, that's why you're banking them up in the first place. Of course, we've already looted this place like crazy. This was very much for the silver moblins more than anything, even though, you know, it's not a positive trade here that we just made, but it's still fine. How are we doing for bows, incidentally? Oh, we picked up this 5 damage traveler's bow. Absolutely worthless. Spent too much on a royal, but that's okay. The traveler's bow is still going to be useful for taking down things that are instant kills with bows, like any flying enemies. We can climb the ladder, but why would we? James D, welcome. Yeah, we've been here, we've looted everything. Nothing else to look at, just corpses of our enemies. Just blew to pieces. Lightning might actually have been more aggressive than I intended when it comes to destroying my own loot, in fact, but... Oh, Dragon Bone Bogo, yeah, we'll do that instead. Much, much better. Oops. Dragon Bone Bogo. Now we have a lightning-friendly bow, again. And let's continue. So previously we did follow this route over to the stable, we'll do so again. Pretty easy passageway from here. A couple of enemy encampments on the way, but we can just snipe them as we go. really should put on some of the slip resistance elixirs, but we found previously that were a bit of a disappointment. I think I do need to power them up quite a bit more to get much out of them. Have at least a tier 2 on the effect. Serious though, slip immunity climbing gear is something that I really hope exists in this game, and could very well be there given that property exists. Then okay. Who's here? Can't really see who I'm fighting. Silver Lizalfos, we haven't seen those before. Better take it. We can take it. Come on, Riju. Let's go. Just blow him out if we can. Nope, blew him a little too far. That's okay. Maybe just spike him. Or a sneak strike from here. Look at that, he's gonna go all the way around. I feel like that's gonna be a despawn issue. Potentially. We knocked him out that far. I was hoping to loot him, we haven't fought one yet. That's okay, we took it at camp. I don't know if we have any arrows or anything to loot here, but... Oh, there we go. Here's the guy, he's healed up again. Where's Riju? Come on, get over here. Okay, she's there, she's gonna give me a bit of knockback, but... what we really need is the lightning, but we'll try not to knock him back too far. He's picked up the bow. Much better. Okay, now let's get in here and whack him with something. He's gonna be a toughie. Let's not skimp too much. Just go over to Captain Foreblade right away and get a bit of that two-hander knockback on him, and there we go. First one of the game, Silver Lizalfos Horn. Switch back to setting weaker. Guess we've been playing this for long enough now that the silver tier for everything is starting to click into place. We haven't seen silver boss Boko yet, but I'm really looking forward to that if it does happen, given how much we enjoyed those fights. And alright, this is definitely Yahaha. Absolutely. Then I kind of think we should just put the boulder on this spear, just so we have a weapon we can use for breaking things, but yeah, we don't really have the kind of bread and butter mid-tier weapon for fighting right now. Except for maybe this club. Quicker charged attacks. Spears aren't really that great for mining though, you always have to do these double hits. So. You don't get boulders all the time. really just going to have that there as a mining weapon, and then as far as our standard attack weapon goes, we'll just switch back to something weaker. Barracuda coming our way at that base. Let's take a look. Oh, here's the stable. That's what we're going for, but do we want to take the camp? We probably can't under silver mublin. There's some floating platforms here for what that's worth. I don't know what the implication is when it comes to how to use it. Oh, that's the implication. Is we activate this stuff and just tuck it in place. Anyway. Yeah, we do need to power it up. Probably use both planks to force that into place. We'll try it. Challenge is to get this to hover. With my remaining power while this guy's still around. Okay, that'll go. Took me a while to realize that the entire Hoverstone property was based on whether it was powered up. In one of the first shrines where we saw it. Let's get some fish balls. Rice balls, okay, fine. We've got so many tickets at this point. Okay, that's it. And then that falls over. Just as we would expect. Now we can try to take the camp. But priority should be the stable after that. Yeah, we will probably want to go up and take it from the top down. There's a lot of damage we would need to spend on that, though, I think. Maybe we should hold off on it for the time being until we really... Okay. Okay, let's see. Got the horse over here. We'll just switch over that in a moment. Oh, this guy. Oh. And that was not effective. We'll go down and take the wing. We'll just grab the horse from there. And given how many arrows we spent just now, we should actually load up a beetle. Take them all, as always. Do we need any of these? Not really. I mean, the hardy lizard is quite nice. If we want to go elixir for that, but... Good for now. We'll grab the big horse. We need to do a lot of cooking, in fact.
Hey. No. Oh. Ah.
Probably stay tonight with them on your bed as well, just to collect some more points. Fire north of the stable, I see. Oh, right, we haven't actually found a flautist yet. Do we have any new news?
Oh. Ma.
And yeah, we know about that. We need to do it sometime, but we do know. Oh. Is a strange animal just the massive horse? Oh yes, those are the ones. I don't remember their name, but they're the ones that do the gem conversion for me. Kind of wonder what a flute tune will be, if it's going to be something familiar like the Kokiri Forest. I'm sure it'll be something that's Zelda recognizable, maybe. We'll see. Wait, sugarcane, wheat, honey, etc. Milk and eggs. I don't actually know if we have all that. I don't believe we have sugarcane yet. But anyway, we are really short on food. We need mostly health items. Probably more cold resistance as well, just because we do expect to be doing that later. But yeah, we really worked through our stocks. Okay, what do we do? Where is my Zapshroom? We'll do like a combined effect on some of them. Because I think it was the electric. Yeah, there we go. We'll just cook these together with a health effect just to see if it gives us the double buff. Actually, it just increases the time on the shock resistance, and it's only a single tier, so I guess that might not actually be helpful. It's okay, we'll mostly focus on health then. Increased attack power during thunderstorms, yeah, as opposed to resistance. That is a distinction that we should be as mindful of as possible. So I wonder if we can double up on a glow effect in some of these dishes. Later, we don't really need glow yet, but we will at some point. Mostly though, let's just sort this stuff. And yeah, we had a double slip resistance. It's mid-level. We actually want some kind of full slip resistance if we can, but double might not be too bad. Basically, if we do something like sticky lizard and a sticky frog together, and probably add a monster part to get it to click. We'll do that, and a frog. And something very basic like Oko Fang. We got a bonus off of this too, possibly just health. Okay, that's only a single tier slip resistance, so it's not something that doubles up. It was just a lucky roll when we did manage to get that, so... Well, unfortunately, tier 2 properties are a little more difficult to come by. Alright. Anyway, food. Let's stock up on what we can. We need a bit of variety here when it comes to parts covered. Couple of 5s. We're running surprisingly low on this stuff just after having had a couple of bad fights. Yeah, sometimes we just want a lot of pure health items so we don't have buff effects overriding each other. That's something that is a consideration. In general, though, I think a lot of this will be fine. Okay. So, let's take a look here. We have stealth, we have wheat. A bunch of things I didn't cook previously. Ah, yes, cold resistance, we do need that. You know, Volt Fruit has the electrical resistance. Maybe Volt Fruit with Zapshroom would work. Has a double stack. Let's try it. Because if we can get a double shock resistance, that would be great. But no, it seems not. Yeah, we could probably afford to be a little more cost efficient about some of these other items as well. So, for example, you know, we do these two together, maybe. Since we're spamming a lot of those for the single heart recovery anyway, we might as well try to get some to lower down. That's very cost efficient, in fact. Yeah, I got a 7 out of that one. But anyway, like I was saying about cold resistance, we do need it. Let's see what we have. This is the attack power buff. It's gonna be Sunshroom, I think. And the pepper, which we know about from the very beginning of the game. We should have fairly vast stocks of that, if we're not mistaken. There we go. Maybe we mix an additional ingredient with that, we can potentially get the second tier protection. So for example, we mix these two. And then add something on top of that, like an apple. Nope. Just gives me a single tier effect, so I guess it just has to be a lucky roll. Mighty Thistle, again, it's attack power. A lot of the attack power stuff does stack, though, quite nicely at that. A lot of the second tier stuff where you throw in a fish. In fact, some of this might be quite nice. Just to give a little extra boost. And then, yeah, maybe a little more cold resistance. Just to be clear. In fact, if we take... I mean, yeah, when you stack the same item, it just increases the timing. I don't think it does much else beyond that. Yeah, all of these are just at tier 1 at heart. But we got so many peppers that we can make a couple of these. Just to not worry about the timing for very long, although more flexibility might be nice, but yeah, we'll do it. In fact, we can just add 4. Fill in the recipe book. I mean, it only adds 2 minute 50 for each of these. And some health, of course. Eventually want some flame resistance to go to the Goron area, but we'll do that too. Yeah, if we're actually going to the Thiflo ruins later, maybe we do want some glow. If we can find the relevant ingredients. Where's my glow food? I'm gonna read the icons here. I think we might have consumed it. We did consume it much earlier, yeah. So where am I with my shrooms? Yes, this is it. Bright cap. Glowing effect, and you know what? We'll just stack 2 of them together just to see what happens. Probably just duration as before, so. But I wonder if we can use it in conjunction with something. Like the other glowing element, if I can find it. I'm just sitting on so much stuff at this point. Very difficult to sort through this. There's far too many options at any given time. Didn't I have some additional glowing element? Yeah, bright bloom seeds. Giant bright bloom seed, and yeah, we actually want to leave those around. But let's say we take this and just go 5. Just to maximize uptime of this, perhaps. 2 minutes per, I think, right? Yeah. And it gives me the mid-level glow. Okay. Kind of like that. That we can have that many. Let's see at which point it gives me the mid-level. Okay, so it is only one of this top tier. We'll do that because having that much glow might actually be good. That's a longer term consideration. I'm just thinking that, you know, if the ruins west of Korok Forest are still as dark as they were the last game, that when we go there for the Yiga clan spot, we will in fact want that. Okay, we're pretty much almost full up in recipes, so we'll leave that. Now we wanted to take the blinded bed. we got cash.
Oh.
And we'll see if we get the horse hint.
Ah.
Possibly buy some more arrows off a beetle while we're at it. They got a horse god. Yeah, we've been there. We've found it. We're just combing through all the hints at this point. It just tells you horse locations, really. The one that's rather important is the golden one that is somewhere in the northwest that we'll hit at some point.
Ah.
And we got a reward. I think this is the next
Ah.
settlement bridle, which we
Oh.
won't be using yet, of course. We'll see what the next tier reward is after this.
Ah. Ah.
Excellent.
Oh.
Second tier reward. I'm sure there's a better one beyond that.
Ah.
Extravagant. Only 2 points, in fact. We'll do that, but not quite yet. First, we're going to go west and head back over to where somebody wanted to see evidence of the horse. Yeah, it should be this way. Oh, you need to reach your friend. Yeah, we'll do it. How far? Decently far. Let's take a look here. We might actually want to grab another horse for this. Let's grab another horse for this, maybe. Unless... You just settle up? Nope. These spooks. I mean, it's not that far, really. We can just walk him. But it is clearly meant to be a track. That's okay, we'll just walk him. Not spook the horse too much along the way. Yeah, it's a bit of a run, but did my horse just take a dive? Don't tell me my horse just took a dive. Oh no, it's still hanging around. Yeah, this is definitely supposed to be a harness tutorial here, but that's okay. We're coming this way anyhow, pretty much. Crossing the bridge over. Past a pirate ship. I just roll him at this point. No, he's not going to go too fast. Okay, there's my friend. So many car seeds to cash eventually. I think I only got somewhere under 200 seeds when I did my original run through Breath of the Wild, at least at the point that I reached Ganon. Now this guy's blue. Blue is not too bad. I think the silver one much earlier was a problem. But yeah, let's actually mark this point because this is clearly notable. Lionel Country. We have some extra hearts. Maybe we can take him. Moreover, we have the high ground. Maybe we can take that. Just stay on the high ground and fight him from above. Maybe just pelt him with arrows and call it a day. Yeah, he's not going to be too heavy. Snipe him by bit if we can. Doesn't even see me yet. Okay, now he does. We used a bow, and that's fine. We'll just dodge it. And even take some arrows. Good measure. We'll probably need to go down there and slap him at some point, but... And Shadowcrawler, welcome. Okay, this is going to be a little too slow, but we'll get Rishu to do some work for us if we can. Where is she? There we go. Am I still on my Dragonbone bow? No wonder. Switch to Royal. Fighting a Lionel? Yeah, I mean, we haven't actually beaten one yet in this run. In Tears of the Kingdom generally, I mean. So this is a little bit of an experiment to see if we can actually manage it. He's not going to be immune to lightning here. Maybe we can toast him, though. Let's go Shock Fruit. If we can. Where is my Shock Fruit? Most used. There we go. Fire Fruit, rather. Yeah, he's actually going to be pretty well protected elementally. Kind of camping him up here. We'll go down and rush him down. It's just that I'm very easily one-shot because I'm very low in cure right now. Is the world bigger in Breath of the Wild? Yeah, technically. The main world is kind of adapted from the landscape of Breath of the Wild, but the game is bigger than that. Like, there's a lot more verticality, a lot more hidden caverns, etc. Even though the main territory is the exact same size. Okay. And yeah, I've been having a wonderful time with it. We'll pelt him eventually. I'm just trying to go extra safe while we can because we're just very weak right now. Yeah. But luckily, we've got ammunition. Which solves so many problems. If we can figure out how to toast him, like, he seems to be immune to all the elements here, and so we don't really have a good option here. Like, Shock didn't seem to do anything with him in terms of getting him to drop weapons or anything, so we'll go down there and slap him soon enough, but I'm not impatient to do it. We've got such an elevation advantage here. Might as well use it. Kind of, whoa, you see, like, even one volley of arrows is going to completely wreck me. Luckily, we got food. And also, luckily, it doesn't one-shot me. So we don't need to care too much about... Whoa, look at that. That's going to one-shot me. Okay, we slipped. That's not good. Let's see. Let's get an attack-powered buff. We just built some. Mighty Fish Skewer, and then maybe a 5-heart meal on top of that. Okay, so now we actually have to fight him. Yeah. So you probably do need a shield out of it. Maybe even go Flame Shield. Just for the elemental effect. Let's see. Because, and we switch over to, yeah, let's go Reaper Sword. Maybe we toast him with the Mitter Shield. Oh, yeah, he hits a little too hard. Let's see. I did have a meal here that 7 hearts. So we go. We'll fill in the remaining hearts so we have some one-shot protection. We can take him. We can take him. We just need to be really careful. Where is my food? There we go. Oh, yeah, he's going to try to run me down. We do need to heal up. Not messing with that. Yeah. It'd be nice if Riju could get back here so we can actually get an arrow shot done. Oh, same attack as in the last game, except we don't have the benefit of the glider. Come on, Riju, get over here. Come on. Talk to me. Talk to me. Thank you for the follow. I'll catch up and chat in a moment once we're finished fighting. But yeah, we're definitely going into this underpowered. So basically my gear situation is quite poor. I haven't upgraded anything. So defensively, we're extremely weak. We do have good weapons, though. So I don't need to stay alive for very long necessarily, but I do need to stay alive. And yeah, I was one-shotted by one of the tougher ones earlier already. Okay. Okay. It'd be nice if Riju actually got in position for a change. Come on. There we go. Okay. Almost. Alright. Luckily we shielded out of that. Not so luckily, we got whacked by that. 4 heart there and 4 heart there. Let's do this. We're losing our attack buff pretty soon. Oh, wow. You know what? Let's just smack him. Okay, first one in the game down. And first Lionel bow as well, which is great. That's really the whole point in some ways. I think they are metallic, so we'll probably drop one of the Burrito bows. We're overloaded on these. I've been using this one a lot. Let's just also make Lionel's shield. We'll actually find that a bit of a downgrade relative to the royal shields, but maybe we can bind it to a royal shield and that'll be great. Like bind it to this one, for instance. So a special thing about this game is that you can merge weapons and shields. And get all kinds of effects out of that. Knight's broadsword. Do we have anything we want to trade? That would probably the spear here. Just drop it. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Well, because we probably want to heal up a little bit or go back to the inn, so we don't just get one shot out of nowhere. Yeah, thank you for the GG. And there's a cave here too. We should take a look at that. Totally get distracted while we... let's heal up just to be safe. Maybe we don't need to use that much. Yes, we do. But that's not a cave, is it? Okay, no, that's just a wall. Never mind. So we didn't really need to spend that food, but... just in case, I wasn't going to go back to the stable with a quarter heart left. We probably should get back to the stable anyway, though, just to get a bit reoriented here. And, yeah, hopefully we can cook again, because I basically spent a whole bunch of time cooking up a whole supply of meals, and then we just burnt right through that in one fight. That was okay until I slipped off the cliff and had to fight him directly, but we just got smacked like crazy. Anyway, I had my horse somewhere here. Don't know if it's within range. Maybe it isn't. Okay. Yeah, I think I left my horse pretty far behind. Well, I have to get the horse anyway, so it's returning to the stable, and healing up, and having another cookout so soon after the last one. But the important thing is we got a Lionel, and we mostly just had to spend arrows to do it, and we didn't really lose out on much beside that. Do we check this? I don't know. That's okay, we'll reload everything. Also, there's another quest here that we somehow didn't do. I don't know how we missed this one. Oh yeah, because we were busy walking around tunnels and such when we were last here. We can probably just lift him. I think this is well within range. As long as he doesn't topple over at the first sign of a cliffside. Okay, so maybe... yeah, he's gonna fall. But if we tuck him up there, maybe we can get to him in time. Here we go. Pretty simple, actually. But the easiest content in general, as with Breath of the Wild, is in the locations that are most easily accessible to the most number of players, and that, of course, includes the stables. So we'll hit that. Then, where are we? Yeah, we'll spend a night and then grab a horse. You can't lift every NPC. Those ones you can because they're a pretty specific interaction. Also, anything that you can lift, you can kind of bind to other objects, so you can basically... if you have the Korok on top of the backpack there, you can attach it to a vehicle, for instance, and attach it to the back of the horse and drag it across half the countryside, which we have done. I don't know that he enjoyed it very much, but we did it. Okay, we're actually really low on meat. We should start cooking some gourmet stuff, but... or... go... pump root... and... yeah, we can just continue loading up on health. Just expand the range of recipes a little bit. But yeah, there are a lot of Korok discoveries in this game where you can do it the slow and manual way by just picking them up, but the fun way is to attach them to a vehicle or a horse or something and showing them a good time. So, and they look incredibly cute while they're enduring that. Let's just try a couple of different configurations here. I just need more health items because we're so low on meat. try some of this stuff too. The recipe interface in this game is quite nice. It's much, much better than the last one. Basically, anything that you have previously cooked using a given ingredient, you can see it. So if I'm selecting palm fruit, this is everything that I have cooked or encountered previously with palm fruit. And then with a single click, you can just extract all of the materials from your inventory directly. So there's much less guesswork, there's much less memory, or looking anything up outside the game. Everything is just kind of here before you, and the recipe cards look kind of lovely. So yeah, it's much, much improved. It's one of the biggest UI improvements, I think. So it is very, very nice. Okay, let's get a couple more 7 heart meals here. And for some recipes that have multiple ways of crafting them, it even shows you the history of materials that you might have used for it. So for example, I've got 2 other recipes for this. It tells me what they are. You know, in case my materials are limited. So, I'm very happy with that so far. We should have picked up some of this hardy lizard for this thing too. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, you can just put it with chew jelly, apparently. And yeah, that was the kind of thing where, you know, I think most players wanted recipes to be a little more convenient in the last game, or a lot more convenient, but still, like, the solution they came up with this time was extremely polished. And there are a lot of little things like that in this game relative to Breath of the Wild that I appreciate, but that one really stands out. Okay, let's get it. The big horse again. We do need him for something. Oh yeah, I wanted to stay at the stable too. Let's remember to do that. And we'll click through dialogue we've seen before and stay at the inn. Not that we need to, but we can see if we have any horse hints that we haven't seen yet. I need to remember to buy more arrows because we've been blowing through our supply. Northeast, near a stable in Kala. Yeah, we know that. Need to deliver a carrot. At this point, he's not actually giving me new information. Might even have cycled around, actually. For some of these hints. Anyway, where's Beetle? We need Beetle. We can. Oh, there he is. Oops, overshot him. Well, then let's actually slow down to a trot for a moment. Okay. Alright, let's get some ammo. This is a habit I got into in Breath of the Wild as well, especially when I played Master Mode. I've been doing so much archery in this game. Arrows are actually really, really good in this game for a number of reasons. Now, we've just been blowing through hundreds of arrows. And so I am in the habit of buying them up. And anyway, let's ride. Let's get back to the objective I was trying to do about an hour ago. I feel like I say that quite a bit in this game. Eventually we'll want to get some of those gear upgrades going just to get some defense finally. Yeah, similarly, absolutely loved Beetle ever since he first showed up in Wind Waker 20 years ago. I was very glad to see him have such a big presence in both this game and a previous one. Yeah, I'm a very big fan of Wind Waker, and the Wind Waker influence on this game is in some ways even more pronounced than in Breath of the Wild for a couple of reasons. There's definitely a lot of Wind Waker in here. Like, for instance, this shirt. That'll look familiar to you. That was also available from an amiibo, I think, in the first game, but here, I was just able to find it. Yeah, Ocarina of Time, I mean, you know, Ocarina of Time deserves all the credit for getting so many things right on the first try. I do feel like a lot of its individual elements have been steadily bettered by other games, but that's just what happens when a series really kind of develops on its core concepts. I was never as personally attached to Ocarina as a lot of other Zelda players are, but I can definitely understand why it made such a huge impression on people. I mean, part of it was that I didn't play it right when it came out in '98 or anything like that. I caught up in Ocarina well after the fact. Now, I think Breath of the Wild is kind of going to be in that position in the long run where, you know, in some ways, its quality as a game will definitely still stand out over the passage of time, but the sheer monumental shock of seeing it for the first time compared to everything going on in the game industry around it, that's something that you kind of had to be there to experience. And yeah, this series really just keeps delivering in surprising ways. I totally brought you to Giant Horse. I need to talk to him while I'm on top of the Giant Horse. Hang on. There we go. Oh no, it's way too far out. Let's... Didn't realize I left it that far behind. Let's ride the horse. Okay, there we go. That enormous horse. Surely this will satisfy your curiosity. It is even bigger than you imagined. Excellent. Oh, dreams come true. Once in a lifetime horse. We've seen 2 of these. Twice in a lifetime for us. Because we found the one in Breath of the Wild as well. Okay. Thank you for the crystal. Let's take it down the sled. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put a control stick on this thing. And hopefully the weight isn't going to be too much of an issue. Let's attach this. And then send it down the slope towards that target destination. Hang on. Stop, stop, stop. Not yet. Totally going to spook the horse while we're at it. Okay. There we go. So, assemble it, and then we drive it. And totally miss because we didn't control it in time. There we go. And then we try not to let this sail all the way off the cliff. And let's dog it. I said let's dock it. That's correct, right? Seek the crystal connected to the beam. We already have it. I guess, yeah, we needed to touch the shrine first. I didn't necessarily realize that. Okay, there we go. We just lift it, and there it is. I kind of wonder if any of the crystals for these quests are interchangeable. I know that the orb ones in Breath of the Wild were not. So for the shrines that you needed the spherical orbs to activate in Breath of the Wild, you couldn't actually take one that was assigned to one shrine and carry it across the country to one that was assigned to a different shrine. And people did try, of course, just to see if the game would acknowledge it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I tried that myself with one of them. So this one should probably be one of the instant rewards. A lot of them where you dock the crystal have been so far, so it is going to be Rory's blessing. And we'll take it, and we'll see if we get a battery or something else. Topaz, we'll take it. Probably just going to pawn it off for 80 rupees anyway, but not a big deal. Nice thing though is that all of the loot in this game is much more directly usable. So the gems, the enemy drops, everything can be used towards your weapons instead of just sold at shops. So the economy here is significantly more complex. Alright, that's done. We haven't really explored this area here yet. Actually, we just kind of bypassed most of this part of the country. So, given that, let's head north and let's see what's going on. Yeah, a lot of the shrines in the first game do look pretty samey after a while, and you know, yeah, they have a much darker color scheme to them. Also, we have wings available here if we want to fly, but I think we probably want to keep the horse. Unless we have a specific destination we want to fly to. Oh, we got a lot of batteries here, though. That might be fun. Because we can always just fly over to a totally different stable. I feel like I've been here. Although, no, I would have done this if I had. So anyway, we can find a good takeoff point with a sled. Let's see, because maybe we should actually just fly all the way over to one of the other stables up here, like over at Outskirt. It doesn't mean we'll miss a lot of things along the way, though, so we won't really be covering this territory as much. Oh, excellent. We actually do want some blue chews. We need to farm some ice, specifically. Let's get to the Dragonbone bow. Okay. Been a long time since I picked up one of those. What's this tree? It's just a tent. Did we see that one? Let's... Oh yeah, no, that's just the place where we got the orb. And we had seen the bridge. Yeah. I don't think we'll get too much of a glider flight off of this. Given that we're not going in that direction, we want to go the other way, so let's stay on a horse. And yeah, Chew Jelly is amazing because so this game doesn't have separate fire arrows, shock arrows, or ice arrows. What you do is you use either Chew Jelly or fruit, and that acts as your ammunition, which is why I was saying archery is significantly better in this game because you're basically constantly loaded with the ability to have fire arrows, shock arrows, etc. And you can also throw a lot of those items manually. You don't need to fire them off arrows. There are ways to just, you know, use them to toss bombs at people. And the enemies do it to you too, from time to time. The trade-off is that this game does not have infinite bombs, as far as I know. So everything is much more consumable, but everything is also much more useful. And there's a lot more tactical variety, I think, because you can't just rely on infinite bombs all the time. The way you could in the first game. Let's fight this guy. We can beat him up. He's easy. I don't really... I need to go sneak strike. We can just get in there and kill him. We're doing pretty good for weapons generally. I tend to use this thing for the sneak strike. And we'll switch over to the royal bow as well, I think. Switch shields as well. Actually, yeah, let's switch to the royal bow. And let's just sneak in and whack him. He's got some kind of lightning sword on him, this one. Try to loot it afterwards. Okay. Can't actually get within range for sneak strike here. Oh, let's just whack him. Okay. That's most of the way down. Finally spent that weapon. We've been using it for ages. Got tons of kills off that thing. And we'll switch over to Lizzle Reaper, probably. Okay. Great. Okay, he's got the foot that's vulnerable to fire, so we're just gonna show that off and set him on fire. Oh, I said he's got the foot that's vulnerable to fire. I thought so anyway. Oh, you know what? Let's just shoot him in the face. Whoops. Shoot him in the face. There we go. He's down already. Let's just take this club and finish him. Okay, that was quick. Got a fresh royal bow too, we might as well take it. Since this one is on its last legs. Very nice, it's got an attack bonus as well. Oh, pre-cooked fish, that's fine. Okay, so what do we got here? Got some spears, got some swords, yeah. We'll attach some rocks to some of them eventually. But for now... we're good. What happened to the Master Sword? You find out pretty early in the game why you don't have access to the Master Sword, let's just say that. But, it's not really in the best shape at the moment. We probably do get it back at some point, I just haven't found out how yet. I'm pretty sure we do get it back at some point, but right now it is out of service. Okay, now, yeah, we went there previously. That was a survival challenge that required me to be AFK for about 10 minutes yesterday. Fire over there, we'll check it. Just gotta make sure I'm still facing in the right direction. Okay, there we go. Got a camp over here. I don't know if we'll bother. Looks like they're fighting each other. Oh, constructs. Yeah, actually we do want that because we need more construct parts. Where's Riju? Come on, get over here. We'll attach some things to these weapons in a bit, but... Get over here. Where are you? Here we go. Okay, let's get ready to nuke. Let's get ready to nuke. And then... we don't even need fire here. Just... whoop. Totally missed. Oh. Well, let's just get in here and kill everyone. Okay. And... yeah, we'll take the club and then... it's probably a more efficient weapon we can use against this. Actually, everybody's quite a bit tougher, so... okay, we should stop getting toasted. Actually stand out of the way. Okay, hang on, too close. There we go. Okay, let's do this. There we go. And maybe we should use something tougher against him. Just to whip him down, because this guy is actually pretty highly ranked. By the looks of it. Whoa, okay. Shouldn't have stood in that. Okay, let's try it again. What in the world are those robot things? Well, I mean, this time around we don't have Guardians or Guardian Scouts. We have these constructs instead who are associated with the Sky World. Let's pick that fight again. Let's, I do want to pick that fight again. We can do it. I just need to be a little more careful. And... oh. This camp seemed to have spawned on me all of a sudden. Let's see what we can do with it. Oh yeah, that guy's just gonna die instantly. No wonder these guys were barely even visible to me. They just died to the constructs instantly. Okay, hang on. So the construct is much tougher than everything else around it. We'll see about taking him out. Okay. Also, do I need to heal up? No, we're at full. We just need to not get toasted by the fire guy this time. Like we did. There we go. Pretty simple. Okay. You actually can be useful to me for once. And okay, here are the bosses. Let's float them out of the water. Okay, now we need to not get toasted, which was a mistake we made last time, which is why we Lost so much health so quickly. Okay. We should actually switch off to Boko bow. I don't know why we're using that. Oh yeah, no, because we picked up the new royal bow. And let's actually take the good weapon. Wow, he actually hit so hard. Wow, that was actually one-shotting me all the way down from full. That's, unfortunate. Let's eat up. Okay, let's fight this guy from range. Let's not do what I was doing just now. And just top that off slightly so we have the one-shot protection. I didn't think it hit me that hard. Who's the main villain in this game? By all appearances, it is the dwarf. We haven't actually dealt with him yet, but it's signaled pretty early on. First time we've seen him back since Twilight Princess, actually. Wow. We need to not get shot in the face. Okay. Where's my 7 heart meal? We can have one. There we go. Okay, so this guy's actually tough. We should take him seriously. Did I pick up? Well, we'll deal with weapons afterwards. We need to not die to this right now. We can get Riju to cooperate here. Go. Probably do that. We'll just camp a little bit and try to be a little more ammo efficient with the options we have right now. Okay. Stand back. Might have just been that specific weapon that we were having trouble with earlier, but no. It's generally going to hit hard. Well, look at that. Okay, can we activate? Activate. There we go. Yeah, Captain Construct 4, that's why we were just getting our butts kicked there. Anyway. We can probably afford to drop some of this stuff. We'll keep the Royal. Yeah. Might even drop the Boko bow, even though we... Actually, yeah, we should, because construct bows work just as well. Got the mighty sword over here. And quite a bit of loot. Flamethrower over here. What's up here? Treasure. Captain Force Spear, quite nice. I'll have to drop something for it. I don't even know what the base of the weapon is, but we'll probably just drop an existing spear. I mean, we've been losing quite a lot of durability on this thing, so maybe. No, we'll just drop this. Okay. Alright. Doing okay for health. I'm guessing that there is some kind of anti-construct armor in this game, like there was. Alright. This, I believe, is a flamethrower. Yeah. Let's actually put on this Zonite sword, I think. That'll work. Plus 11 on it. You can never really aim that thing, but Might help anyway, just to light some fires. Got nothing on a broadsword right now, but we can probably attach something to it. That is decent. Actually, we probably want to keep it for rocks and such in case. A wood stick. What are we holding? Okay. And some more food here and there, just as filler. That's lower level, that's pretty skippable. Also, that rock looks very much like a Yahaha, but we'll find out in just a moment. Nope, it's not. Also, what's that up there? Oh, it's a flying enemy, that's fine. We'll take it. Because, yeah, we're going north. We haven't seen any of this stuff yet. Kind of conspicuously empty, this area here, so... There is this cluster here that we haven't seen yet because we're avoiding the bridge. But let's see what's up. Probably just a rock, but we'll check it. And maybe also fuse it. Yeah, because we don't have a good mining weapon right now, so we'll take it. Oh, look at that. Do we want to fight them? Yeah, I guess we should. Before they kill that horse. Not very nice of you. Poor thing. Standing in exactly the wrong place. Luckily, he's pretty tough. It's the toughest horse, in fact. Which doesn't mean they're immune, because, you know, even if we do get them revived and the horse gone. It could be something quite costly. Also, you need to reach your friend? Yeah, let's do that. How far are we talking here? Pretty far. That almost certainly looks like a wing flight that we're going to need. So, there's a wing right there, in fact. It's going to happen. And so, I guess we'll leave it a horse for the time being and just sail over. Alright, so let's figure out how this launch is going to go. Rockets and fans. Well, that's pretty clear then. No steering stick that I can see. We'll just have to ride it manually. We'll look around and check just in case. We'll use a rocket for the initial launch. Once we figure out how it's going to go, we'll need to kind of balance him against the fan, probably. Just right up front will do. And as for the rocket, yeah, kind of balance it on top. We maybe place the whole construction here, and then dock the rocket down below. We've done something similar before. Okay, just make sure we point this accurately. That's a very important part. this. Tap this. Something that we don't care too much about. And we'll go. There we are. We're totally going to overshoot too. Oh, maybe not. Propeller's going to burn out pretty quickly though. So I guess we'll take it down and crash it. Take it down and crash it. And a little cold here. Let's switch to cold resistance. A desert by night. We'll crash it, but another propeller was pretty close to. Oh, we better not lose it that way. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's okay, he's not going far. Actually, he's going pretty far. All the way back across, in fact. Alright, so that was unfortunate. I thought we would just crash it and drop him, but didn't expect a wing glider to take him all the way back. I guess we're going back. We should have farmed the wolves for meat. That's okay. Next time. Yeah, I don't know if the wing will respawn if we go back and try to do it again. We should be out of range for it to respawn, but we've had a couple of incidents like that, but that was maybe an unusually bad finish. That's okay, we know where we're going. And we also have a good marker on our map for what to look at, because it's where we talk to a horse. There's some keys over here. Yeah, we'll take them. Grab some eyes if we can. Hopefully the eyeballs roll all the way down the hill. These eyeballs, a very good example of something that was functionally useless in the first game, which is actually now very, very good. Because to give you homing shots. Very good for taking out snipers before you assault a camp. Okay, so we started somewhere close to this. I don't know if he's returned to this location or what. I guess not. I have no idea where that Korok is now, actually. Because it depends entirely on where the wing went. And we'll have to look for it. I'm sure that, you know, it'll come back here after you've had enough distance from this whole zone, but we might have lost access to it for the time being until we can get a sense of where the glider actually landed. And if it landed pretty low, it's not going to be that useful anyway. So we could go down to try to find it, or we can just mark the spot for later, in case it does happen to come back. Because, yeah, if it landed down below, we can't really do much with a wing anyway. I'm kind of curious if we can recover it. But it's not going to be that useful without the rocket wing available to me. Just gonna scan around to see if we can see any sign of where it might landed. Yeah, I think we have to ditch that one for the time being. Well, Sorry, little Korok. That was very close to being a success. Serves me right for just trying to slam him into the cliff. Yeah, we'll take this guy out. Need the eyeballs, so. And a treasure chest, probably. Where'd that go? Oh, we got more attachments over here. This is for a sled, though. Didn't he just drop something interesting? Or am I mistaken? That looks like it. Okay, minor piece of loot. That shrine was completed. Okay, blue shoes. Let's get some ice. Actually, we're pretty low on fire, too. Let's go fire. Oh, except... Okay, that's why you don't do that over grass. Because this is going to land and it's going to bomb. And then we don't get fire. We knew that previously. I was actually thinking about setting that up. Or something like a Lionel fight, but... That is why you don't try to farm it that way over grass. That's not even the first time we've seen that. And so, I had every reason to know about it. I guess you decided to ride that up with a glider if you had a glider, unlike me. Maybe you can loot the red shoe jelly from midair, but that would be a bit of a dangerous play. Yeah, so pretty much, you know, as soon as the chew jelly gets into a launch state, or even falls from a certain height, I think like bombs, given enough height, the impact is enough to ignite it. Okay, so I actually did want to check this area next to the bridge, but we'll do that. That is actually just a chasm. Might as well mark it on the map, though. Oh, look, this is a geoglyph. And, oh, interesting. So you can actually walk on this. I should have tried it with the peninsular one. I don't know why we never did that, because we've been to the other geoglyphs, but so we never found these examined spots. So this is new. So what does it do for me? And oh, how have we taken so long to actually get one of these? Ah, okay, so they're like memories, I suppose.
Sonia.
Oh, here's this Sage of Time.
Oh, Zelda.
King Rauru, before you face the Demon King tomorrow, there is something I must tell you. I came to this era after finding a man
okay,
on the
so
ground.
this is going to be our Zelda, who goes way back in time.
When I witnessed what the secret stone did to Ganondorf, at that moment, I knew for sure what we found underground.
And she is wearing a tear
He was still
of the Sage of Time.
still powerful. He continues to live on, all the way until my time. In tomorrow's battle, we won't be able to defeat him. No matter how strong we think we are, he'll survive. And you will.
Maybe so. But it is my duty to try. It was my hubris that set us on this path. I must atone for my error in judgment. And above all else, I remain the King of Hyrule. As with any leader, it is my duty to safeguard and protect my people, even if I must risk my life.
Rauru.
And if it proves impossible for us to defeat Ganondorf, we rely on your knight, and that legendary sword.
Well, about that sword.
Our last line of defense will be Link. But remember, that was a future where you never appeared in this world. And you are here now. Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
The reason I am here.
Now, that doesn't explain much about the present-day Zelda, that it seems to be giving everybody terrible instructions, but it does establish conclusively that the Sage of Time is our girl. That's one geoglyph. And what does that tell me? Ah, okay. So, Tear of the Dragon number 10. Oh, okay. That's actually quite a few scenes that we haven't seen at all. And Supernova. Yeah, we take too many snapshots in this game. That's very true. We have found this. This is the first memory that we found in the game, in fact. Although we found the locations of at least 3 others, we just didn't know what to do with them. Also, this looks like... yeah, that's just a chasm. But we might as well mark it on a map. So yeah, I don't know why we just failed to come across this previously, given that we have been to 3 other such locations. But now we know what to do with them, which is important information, and we previously assumed that the geoglyphs, which we found here and over here, and also one kind of along the cliffside over here, were points that were somehow connected to the sky, but they are actually just story points that we need to hit. Things that are just etched into the history of this realm. Also, to me, the relationship between Ganondorf and Calamity Ganon is still a little bit unclear, but here we go. We have a time-crossing element to contend with. Anyway, we've got stamina, we can just swim this. Maybe. Maybe I should have built a boat. No, that's okay. We are fine. Looks like we do have the Silver Lizalfos waiting for us. How am I doing for health? We gotta heal up. 1.5 there, yeah. Let's heal up with something. Maybe the fish skewer plus 1 heart. Where's my fish skewer? sort some of my food. Or we'll just overheal slightly by 2 hearts. That's fine. We do need to take this guy out, though. Maybe we'll just sneak strike if we can get behind him. We'll see. Here's my sword armor. We are wearing it. Okay. Yeah, we just switched to one of the high damage weapons. A sneak strike might through much of the fight if he's continuing to point in that direction. I need to be extra sneaky. I'm gonna get my sneaking gear on. Yeah, he's gonna take a little nap there, thinking that he's so well camouflaged. Get right up to him. And hopefully not get one shot. Okay. Gear. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I will need to heal up out of this as well, but we'll do it. I'll get impatient here. Okay, nice and quick. And no reason to switch that yet. And yeah, we'll stay on stealth for a moment. We'll just need to remember to switch out of it when we need. Blood Moon already? Or am I hearing music incorrectly here? Seems a bit early in the day, 12 p.m. No. Oh no, this is just the chasm. Yeah, just want to mark this on the map. The discovery? Or not? Maybe we need to get a little closer in here. Whoa, no, 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 no. Let's climb out. Okay, I was hoping it would just discover this location, but if not, we'll just scramble out of here. Maybe we need a better vantage point, but we'll do that. Yeah, sometimes it marks it with discovery experience, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe there's some kind of difference between chasms themselves, or it could be that the positional requirement here is a little deeper in. Anyway, big hole. I'm not gonna fall in it just yet. There's the guy who just destroyed us a few streams ago. A couple of octo rocks here. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, I might as well do a quick island hop here in case there's something to reveal. Nope. We'll ignore the octo rock for the time being, unless he's being a real nuisance. Not much going on here, surprisingly. But yeah, now that we have a better idea of what to do with the geoglyphs, that we actually need to walk on top of the patterns, it completely changes what I was doing with some of them previously. We could have seen so much more of the story by now, really. I don't know why they're associated with particular locations, if they really do have any kind of geographical relation. But anyway, if we had marked this, incidentally, we should unmark it, and we have seen what that's all about, apparently. Oh, also, you got another falling object. Dock over there. I don't really have building materials for a raft. We should actually check that just to see how high it goes and where it might take me. Previously, I tried using those as balloon points. Launching points for balloons. It doesn't actually work that well, for the main reason that if you try to place a balloon over top, it starts to wobble the object, and that kind of clears some of its movement buffer, or its movement history. And particularly if you weigh it down excessively, so. We'll climb first, and try to get a full movement buffer out of this thing. Yeah, because even minor wobbles on it can really start to throw it off. Elevator going up. Would be a pretty interesting principle for something like a space elevator. Yeah, it looks like here, too, you can probably balloon up from there if you wanted, but... I guess, too, if one had the paraglider the way you're supposed to use these is just as launching points for gliding out of locations like this one, so you don't have to swim. But we don't have that, so we're going to swim. Also, I should actually see if I can get some bird drumsticks off these guys, eventually. Any user lurking? Yeah. Welcome. Back, I should say. There's some ducks in the pond. So yeah, we finally found out what this is all about. And revealed a bit more of the story. So, when we eventually loop back to some of the locations I've visited already, we'll have a lot more to reveal. But there's a bit of a natural destination to come after this one, which is, of course, the geoglyph that we saw along the wall here. If we want to go that way. We might, since we haven't really played in the snow region at all yet, but I'm thinking Satori Mountain first. We know there's going to be a cherry blossom there, and from there, so that's around this area, I think. From there... well, we will see. Because if there's a cherry blossom that can be used as a scouting point for caves, as we've discovered, and we can do that, then it gives us a pretty clear agenda for what to check. Now, we failed another balloon flight up to that labyrinth. We were pretty close to doing it, but not quite there. See how we've been to this point before? You don't need to reactivate it. I guess you just traverse in these shapes until you find a circle. That's all there is to it. Which now gives me an incentive to do all of them before completing the introductory quest where Impa apparently tells you what they are for. Because we always try to trigger those interactions where the NPCs say, wait a minute, you've already done everything? Okay. That is a nice horse. I found it. Well, I mean, do you actually want to know the specific location? Because there is one precise location in the world where this exists. And it's not hard to find, especially if you know your way around Breath of the Wild. Also, yeah, let's whistle him out. This is a bit of a weird position. Get him to go around. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, the former horse god location in the first game. It's pretty easy to find, in fact. Okay, this guy needs to reach his... Ah, yes, this is the one we failed previously, right? Is that the same one? No, this is... Yes, this is the same one. We failed it last time. And he's not going to complain. If he gets knocked out of position, he complains. But we finally got far enough to despawn him. We had a spectacular failure with my last attempt on this guy. I should clip it. I have no switch, so you won't get to play it for the moment. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that means that you can experience it vicariously here. It's difficult with streaming a game like this. I mean, you know, my priority personally is to play this, right? But that's true of so many other people who are regulars here, particularly others from Mario Maker, other such Nintendo delights. And just given that situation, because people are avoiding spoilers and proceeding about this non-linearly, you know, none of us are watching each other, and that's understandable. So, having some people just hanging out and watching instead of playing is a relative rarity, but much appreciated nevertheless. But yeah, my run's not going to look like anybody else's. We know that for a fact. Okay, rocket power. Way off center. Off angle as well. Right. Okay. It's, not great. I don't think it'll completely throw me off, but you never know. It's better to be precise. Just attach it in the back, but we don't want it to fire at us, right, with the afterburner or what have you. So, like, this is best. Just need nice and centered. Better. Not perfect, but probably good enough to get us across. So, the problem is, the last attempt, I flew across successfully, and then I tried to dismount and lower this by bumping into the cliffside on the right. The problem with that was that I fell off the glider, and then the glider turned around and flew back. And so that did not go well. And Tactics 47, your wife saw your gameplay and now wants to switch. Well, I guess we're continuing to recruit. Let's give this a tap. And welcome back as always. Hope you're doing well. So, we're going to try to do this a little better this time. Without quite as much of a disaster. The fan's going to burn out. And that's okay. So we need to land in that point And it's okay if we overshoot a bit. We just need to make sure that we don't lose track of this guy. We might even just detach him now and then dump him, but... You see, he's totally going to survive that. And this time, even if we do lose the glider, we... Look at that, I can climb into midair. That was spectacular. Much, much better. Very stylish. Where is he? Where did he go? Did it land on top of him? Mr. Friend. There he is. Okay. Oh no, that's not him. It's a treasure chest. 3 stakes, yeah. Where did he go? He didn't bounce off, did he? Dropped off the payload too early? Yeah, I don't think he despawned. Did he? Usually they have a pretty long range, and I know that because we had another one of these where we dropped him off a cliff. No, the reason I dropped him off so early was because last time we accidentally left him on the glider, and the glider just carried him far, far away. Which did not go well. Maybe we did despawn him, but let's see. Yeah, Tactics 47 lurking while playing Codenames. I should get into that at some point. I did have a group via Scrabble, actually, that was meeting for Codenames quite regularly, but I could never quite make their time, so... Did we seriously go through all that trouble and land him accurately only to lose him, or... Oh no, you know what? Yeah. Hang on. My friend is over that way. I wonder what happened. I guess we did lose him again. Unless... Oh no, he totally did fall. This has got to be him. Yeah, he totally did get rolled. Okay, good, we found him. Problem solved. No, I know the despawn range isn't that aggressive, and I know that partly because we did have some disaster recovery like this previously. So we need to send him up somehow, and probably the way to do it is just... yeah, we can't chop down these trees, they're too thick, but if we can get him up through a series of steps, that would be ideal. A couple of rocks here. What is this? Oh, this is a set of wheels. Basically want to stack a bunch of objects together to get him up. If we can. Or maybe reach him with a plank from up above. Yeah, we can actually do that. Let's eat up first of all. Okay. We gotta stop fighting him so close. Okay, no, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to use that plank up above to pull him up. In fact, if the glider is still within range, the wing rather, we'll use that for some additional assistance. Control stick here is rather nice. We can assemble a car eventually. Where was that plank? There's that plank. Whoops. So we just need to attach a bunch of objects together to drag him up, I think. That might work best. Where's... Yeah, let's get the wing. We'll want it. Oops. And there we go. Yeah, just to have some additional surface area. We discovered this method for doing things some time ago. Where we just attach a bunch of things to each other and use that to pull objects vertically with us. That's how we solved one of the previous Quark escorts. So, for example, you can do this, and slope it down, and we just need to make sure it's within reach somewhere. And we can even attach it to this wheel and totally weigh it down. Yeah, okay. We'll change some of this just to create an object chain, because that's totally what you do with your car parts. So the idea that we're going to lean this against the wall and tug it up. And then we'll salvage this. If we can. Okay, we'll just lean it. What? Totally intuitive rotation. We'll hope that's within range, but we're gonna latch them on to maybe a central section or something. We go back up and pull. Eventually we can reassemble that whole thing into a car, but that'll be later. Okay, so yeah, we should be within range. Let's go here and take a peek. Angle's a bit weird though. Oh no, angle's very weird. We just need to make sure we can get within grab range, and then we'll send that whole thing up. Okay. Yeah, the downward angle is always not great. There we go. Now, send this up. If we can. Pick it up there. We'll totally not fall down. Good. Saying oof because it landed on top of him. Special delivery. That was more complicated than we supposed, but we did it. Okay. This looks like... Oh no, that's just a plateau. I was thinking... We haven't found a former Colosseum location yet. I thought it was kind of at the side pointing towards the lake, but it might not be. Anyway, the whole point of that was that you were supposed to assemble a vehicle. Oh, look at that. Now this is marked on the map if you zoom out. Once you activate it. I didn't realize that. Maybe there's one per region or something. But we now have it. And... Right, and you also get to select it by cutscene, so... That's new. Anyway, we have been to some of these locations just up north of here. This is where we have been previously, so I think we can probably afford to come back this way. Ultimately, our destination is going to be somewhere around this area, so we actually should head towards the outskirts of stable, and that may also get me a new set of ferries. Also, it's a good idea to come here to pick up some additional batteries if we can. We do need to hit that dispenser. So I think the idea is that we'll follow the canyon this way. We have an additional wheel, perhaps. I don't think we can drive very far here, but we can certainly try. Need to make sure the wheels face in the correct direction. And we'll make it nice and sturdy. Okay. These is reasonably clear which way they're facing. And I'll grab that control stick as well. Okay, there's our ride. And where's this stick? Somewhere here. There we go. So, after having used the car for its intended purpose, now we'll do something completely different. I think it is facing this way. Fire chew. Okay, so we are not over grass, right? Which means I can actually hit it for once without losing everything. Without turning it into its own firebomb. Yeah, at some point we can actually set up a Lionel fight over grass, though. I'd like to try the fire chew firebomb method that we've been talking about. Also, yeah, I guess we were using the 44 damage royal bow. Nah, not a big deal. Got lots of weaponry. Okay, time for the Wind Waker shirt. We'll stay on Thunder Helm just in case. And sand boots. So, destination-wise, we want to kind of hang a right along the canyon if we can and just follow it. I feel like this is going to drop off pretty quickly. And we are correct. So that didn't last long. Unless we decide to drop the whole car or something. There was a bit of a slope back here, have we? No, not much of one. We can just drop the car, though. I'm sure it'll survive the impact. It's a pretty sturdy piece of work. We should have actually ridden it down. That went a little farther than I hoped. Oh well, that's okay. Yeah, the thing is that if you ride a platform down, it actually breaks your fall damage. And so you can always do things that way. Let's actually not get too far. We might have despawned by now, but we do want to check some of these locations anyway, so. Who's there? Above fire. Oh, and we should actually get some meat off these guys as well, so. There's my Rudo bow. Let that guy run. Let's grab the meat before it becomes a problem. now that we actually have some ice, the thing I actually want to try is whether the object throw will just save me an arrow. Like, we just go throw against these guys. Yeah, it totally works. So we don't even need an arrow to do this kind of thing anymore. Now that we've learned that after so many dozens of hours. Could have saved a lot of ammunition that way. Although, of course, the arrows are still going to be much better at longer range. And it's something a little more snappy when it comes to the UI. I should really heal up at some point, but yeah, I might as well clear some of this stuff, but we'll do it later. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. So, do we actually still have the vehicle available somewhere here? I doubt it. I think we sent it a little too far. But you never know. That is just one of those stones, yeah. It's just a regional boundary over there. We should go for that. Also check some of these instructions. All these shards of the plateau that seem to have fallen down into the upheaval. Okay, so not overgrassed, that's good. Grab some fire. Let's see what's in the shade over here. Okay, this guy, let's... just toss this. Very efficient, in fact. I've been spending so much ammunition, I am trying to think more actively about saving it. And nice thing about this game, compared to Breath of the Wild, is that when you do get the instant elemental kill, it doesn't destroy the materials that you get off of those enemies, so you can still farm them. Okay. Alright, so yes, this was the device dispenser, that's what we need, but we'll check this location first because we don't know what's going on with it. There's a plateau shard. Oh yeah, this is just a dig site entrance. We've been here previously. We actually turned around here previously before we entered the desert proper, so... there's probably more to be done in this area, but we'll maybe drop down to the gate and see. Money there, indicating a cave. Let's follow it. Tap it from cache, and then just gonna run over to the side. Lead me to a cavern that I don't think we'd encountered previously. Toss and kill. Now, have we seen this? I don't think we have. Stalry Plateau looks interesting. This guy, he's totally Yiga clan. I mean, we'll fight him, but we'll fight him our way. It's absolutely Yiga clan. Also, notice all this tumbleweed. I bet we can just burn it off. Nice cookpot location, too. I said we just burn it off. Maybe even... in fact, we can also do this with the thrown object interaction. That is definitely something. That shield durability up. We don't really need it, but we can fuse it onto something that already has one of those, so... I was able to drop it. When you fuse the durability up, though, I'm sure the property is probably lost, so I don't think it's actually advantageous for us to get that. But we can try. Yeah, no, there's no way, because the property isn't preserved. But perhaps the fused material does have a certain durability in itself, and so... not exactly sure. We haven't picked up any of these principles here. I guess if we really wanted an 8-fold blade or a duplex bow or something, we can get him, but... no, nothing back here. Oh, and also we can totally continue... ah, yes. We should have listened to the audio cue for this guy. Anyway, 100% this guy's Yiga clan, so we'll get a weapon ready. And we'll just poke him. This Captain Fourblade is totally overkill for him, but, you know. Lizards, big lizards, yeah. Oh, maybe he's not. He's actually perhaps friendly. Should actually heal up. Okay, well now we've given him a campsite. Actually, I remember this one. He's one of the NPCs on the field in Breath of the Wild, actually. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because he's one of the ones who we need to reunite with the rest of his team. And we were told about that previously in one of the encampments. Because we are supposed to reassemble their squad. I think it was at the abandoned stable. It might have been at the campsite as well. Okay. Also, planted this check up there. Let's check it. This is a cooking site if we want one. Anyway. Yeah, this is just back to where we came, roughly, I think. Went down this way in the first place. We've been over there. Or is that the cave? Can't be. Well, I feel like that's potentially worth checking. We just head back down. Without taking too much fall damage along the way. Yeah, because you look at that, totally a bunny, totally a cave. Whoops. It's okay. So we'll just go over there and we'll check that location too. This is how we keep getting ourselves into trouble without doing what I originally set to do in this location. Also, dragon is coming this way. These guys look like ice guys. Let's... take that out. I mean, if he just runs through the fire, I dare you. Will the AI actually leave him to run through the fire? I doubt it. Okay. Okay. Wasted a little too much here. I guess that's why we normally use the arrow shot. It's just easier to hit. Well, we can always just use the ruby. Little Hubbard. Let's just attach it to something, maybe. We're doing pretty well for spears, though. I think we're actually good. Nice weapon. Hope we can skip it. Okay, about that cave. You remember last stream I was contemplating taking the ruby sword out of the weapons cache? Yeah. Well, that's the thing I said. It actually keeps me pretty warm in these conditions, so if you equip it, I think you can see the temperature swing. It's very, very warm, in fact, so... one of the reasons I've been keeping it around is because we are planning to go through the snow at some point, and I don't have to constantly switch over to my snow pants here, because I do want my snow boots on for much of that when we get there. Anyway, this is new. Burrow's South Cave. I think I haven't been here previously, so let's mine the place. Ruby, look at that. Let's get her to tap this for me. This cave actually keeps going up, which is nice. We'll check that, of course. Oh, Talus. Let's just smash them up. Okay, more mining to be done. Over here too, but I think we'll need our friend here for that. Just a bit of luminous stone, like that. Okay, there we go. There's another one. I am sure we will find a use for that currency eventually. Just not today. Anyway, this is pretty high up. Yeah, we'll look at it, but I do want to eventually go back to where we were thinking of going. Is that a rock spot? No, that's a well. We'll take it. What's a well doing out here in the desert cliffs? We'll find out pretty soon, won't we? Probably water at the bottom of the drop, but we'll be careful with it. Anyway, mostly. Fairy fountain, look at that. Oh, actually it is a fairy fountain. Or a fairy location, rather. So let's mark it. What a heart. Yeah, we got lots of them here, in fact. Blood moon. The fairy would like to come down, that'd be nice. I'll just stock up on those before I blow everything up around here. Can't wait for me to get more inventory space. Yeah, we've been pretty cramped.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon
And the thing is, it'll be a
shines upon the land.
pretty big upgrade all at once, given that we're sitting at, what, 140 Koroks or so. I mean, when I first fought Calamity again in Breath of the Wild, I think I still had under 200 Koroks. And that was a file I played very extensively. It's just that, of course, you know, being a new game, we hadn't learned most of the visual cues. I was not looking anything up. I didn't even look up how many there were, and so it was a huge surprise to find out there were 900 in the first game. And because I was thinking, wow, we've been finding a lot of these, but there are clearly many more. I bet it's, I don't know, like 300, 500? I heard it was 900, and I realized how much of the game I'd actually been missing. Oh, that guy's gonna disappear. Okay. That's okay, we got more. Just gonna kidnap Tinkerbell over here. Put her in a bag. There we go. Now we have a bit of fall damage protection because realistically that's what the fairies have been for. And let's smash things up. Sapphire, very nice. In fact, yeah, we'll just do this with arrows. I didn't want to do it with more valuable gems in case they flew way out of the way, but trading arrows for luminous is going to be a good trade, given that arrows cost about 5 or 6 per shot. Luminous stone usually sells for, I think, 20 each, if I'm not mistaken. Where is she though? Where'd she go? So it's going to be a good trade anyway. That was way too far. A little difficult to aim this, that's all. I was very pleased to discover we could just use her as a mining weapon. Would have been fancier to just knock that back and catch it in midair, but, you know, we're not going to do so much. Yeah, we should have actually used some of this glowing cave fish as well for glow food. I didn't really think about that. But yeah, when I do eventually get the inventory upgrade, it's going to be certainly something very huge. As we have been saving up inadvertently. Anyway, that's pretty much it here. Now we should probably just ascend back out, given what a deep well it has turned out to be. But we might as well grab some cave fish while we're at it. Yeah, the nice thing is that we did pick up all those fairies. We'll see what to do with that now. Okay. Further up than expected, but... Right, because this is the beginning of the river course. We want to go back up here. I have to remember to actually farm some steak. We were loaded on steaks earlier in this file simply because of all the boss goblins we fought. Tended to have minions with tons of meat in their backpacks. But we've been experiencing a bit of a shortage recently, so let's have some of that back in the mix. Okay, so there's the bridge with the base and dispensary. Quite a lot higher than that. Let's see what this is. Nothing. Not much going on. Do you have some signs of civilization here? From the researchers at the dig site, no doubt. Yeah. And also, take the gentle descent back down. Right, because here's a waterfall. For anybody who wanted to come up here the fast way. And we do want to get over there. Normally, I guess the implication is that you take a glider over. Right, because we had been through this cave previously. We had actually ascended and entered in this location. So, we want to go back out. Good eye. Figure out where to swim. I should have figured that out beforehand before we committed to this. We just need to find a patch of land here. I got lots of stamina, not too worried about it. But we also do have to take it patiently. Also, wouldn't I get swim speed up on sword armor? I think I do. Jumping in with both feet, which also happen to be head first. Yeah, pretty much. to just get out of here. Again, familiar territory, but I do want to roll for more devices in case we can get more batteries. That's the purpose here. And yeah, we've been here. We started reuniting a team. I guess they might still be looking for someone. Oh, maybe we got everybody. We did get everyone. Huh.
Oi!
Well, that was worthwhile. Yes, we'll take that. We have been running perilously low on bombs. A disaster has been averted. We've been there. Okay. Back over the bridge. And previously we had to create a platform to go over this. We should actually still do the same with the provided construction materials that we can. What is a bridge? Everything. Nice and long, doesn't need to look nice. Just need to hold up. Oops. I don't remember how long this needed to be, but a couple of pieces here will probably suffice. And the eyeball estimate. Okay. We'll just walk it over. And yeah, pretty simple. We just need to pull with our charges. Is it some kind of device? What do you think? Okay, let's see what we get. Mainly looking for batteries. Let's find out. Spent way too many of these on failed balloon fights. Balloon flights, rather, not a Nintendo classic balloon fight. More pots we don't need, more stakes. Let's do another roll here. Oh yeah, we actually spent a lot of those on the racing desert minigame previously. Okay, nice. Valuable. And still no more batteries. Let's just roll that around. Yeah, batteries are a bit of a rare spawn here, I think. We have one. I can see why they're so scarce. They do give you tons of potential. But we just spent hours unnecessarily. Anyway, stakes are great, though. You can potentially do so much. Okay, had we been up that waterfall? Well, we'd been up this side, so perhaps so, unless... That's actually up to the Great Plateau. That's the Great Plateau exit. So we don't need that. Not right now. We do need the mini stable, I think, and then we're going to grab our horse and exit. Unless we want to go for the other geoglyph, which I think was previously the idea. Oh, no, that's not the geoglyph, that's the Yiga clan position. But you go over there and you continue, then you can hit this wall. That is probably where we want to go, so... perhaps we'll just follow the river course again, or perhaps go up here over the cliff face here, and that's something that we haven't really explored yet, so... I think we want to go to the stable first, because then we can collect that last point, and... we'll see. We have a couple of options. Yeah, because you go up here, I don't know if it'll be more fairies in a fountain, or if we're already at camp, but... we'll have options.
Yeah. Oh.
And yeah, we've talked to him before. Nothing new.
Oh.
Always like to check for arrows. It's the main thing we're going for, and we got some. Okay. Yeah, so there are a series of ascension points going up that way, but we'll take the mini stable and just leave. Yeah, eventually when we manage to climb up into the mountains here, we will double back to this spot. And we'll eventually go back here anyway because of the Yiga plan position. Let's take a horse. We don't even need a big one anymore. Let's take one of our older ones. Just to have a bit more flexibility. And yeah, we'll change the saddle once we get the new exquisite one. I mean, this was a horse that we outfitted with the royal gear in the previous game. And currently, no doubt, feels kind of out of dress. So let's farm some constructs. We do need them. Do need them. Where's Riju? There we go. Yeah, this is tutorial zone stuff, so don't worry too much about it. Captain for spear, maybe? Captain for blade. Oh, wow. He's got a beam sword. Luckily, we've got damage. Okay, this guy's likely to be tough. We should heal up. We do have fairies, but we should probably still heal up. Almost shot the horse there, that would have been a bad idea. Yeah, he's actually not very receptive to physical damage. Now that I look at him. Should have gone for lightning swords or something. Oh, too close. So yeah, might just be very heavily armored against physical attacks, as far as I can tell here. Oops. Again, getting within range of my own attack, not very bright. Okay. Let's not knock him off the cliff. Okay, mighty construct bow. Yeah, no, we're okay on bows, I think. Or are we? A little low on this sword, but we'll deal with it. We should actually get the bow shot here. That might, in fact, be enough to knock this guy out instantly. Great. It's just a soldier 2. Soldier 4 is where a bit of a problem. But anyway, the whole idea was there to loot the construct parts, and we got that, so. Oh, one guy here. Let's get him. Whoop. There's a beam sword. Ooh, yikes. That hits hard. Or we just forgot to heal. No, that just hits hard, actually. Let's just heal up. Nope. Red in the face. Usually, please. There we go. Now, why is this taking separate damage? Oh, yeah, because I guess that's just where he is. Let's go Spear or Reaper? No, we'll just go Spear. Okay, much better. Yeah, so I guess the Construct 4s are kind of the equivalent of the Silver tier of enemy. Which is why we're seeing them spawn all over the place now, given that we're starting to see a lot of Silvers appear on the field. Have we done that one? Yes. And we've been up there. What is that just? Ashika Tower. It might just be the tower. Let's mark this just to see where it's positioned. Totally looks like the tower. We'll find it. Have we seen a tower in this region already? No, we haven't. That would explain that. Oh, we got somebody here. Probably just a vendor. Wish I could meet her. You know what? I bet Unless, of course, this is one of the Yiga clan enemies who happens to be mounted. I bet this is somebody who wants to meet somebody fashionable, which means we should change hats.
Yeah.
Oh, visiting a Great Fairy. Okay, no, I saw the hat and thought maybe you're talking about CC. But... And...
Ah.
yeah, we know that. That's good. Stable, we found that one already. Have you clan upgraded a horseback yet? No, I don't think they bothered to research it. They were too busy developing rocketry or something. Okay, so we know this already. That's okay, we'll keep our hat. Anyway, there's our stable. Where's my horse? There, okay. Yeah, we did this one previously. That's just one by the stable. Nope, not within range. I mean, we're at the stable. We can always just grab it again, but it's the principle of the thing. Oh, no, there it is. There's my noble steed. Hello there, noble steed. We're going to use the inn again at the stable. Probably the expensive one, even though we seem to have heard the Horse God messages fairly exhaustively at this point. And the well is a fairy well, so... Oh, I wonder who that could be. Legendary sword? Yeah, we totally don't have that. They value height. You need to reach your friend. Yes, you do. Where are we going? How far off are we talking about? Way up. Okay. Well, there's possibly one for the balloons. Oh, look at that. Apple in a dish should do the trick here. We did have one variant of this that I couldn't solve. It seemed to be a Yiga clan variant that somehow did not respond to bananas, so I'm not sure which item it prefers. And yeah, we'll just lift the car up manually. Unless we have supplies for a balloon, which I don't think we do. We totally should have supplies for balloon. Got this. The fine one on the field, though, I don't want to use one necessarily. Particularly because you would need the flamethrower with it as well. Still possible. Do the thing we usually do to extend this. A bit of a long reach. I think we can do this from another position though. Oops. Trying to find an appropriate position to yank him up. Maybe quite a ways. I feel like this heavily implies balloon, but we would need supplies. Yeah, maybe there were supplies back there. So, falling star way off. Not something we'll reach today. Well, we come around here. Here we go. Oops. Okay. Here we go. Wonder if there'll be any other materials to assist, but we just need to find a pathway to walk the other guy up, probably. As it is a bit of a lengthier hike up afterwards, otherwise. And yeah, we can find a good path to just walk the Korakop. Maybe that would be fine, but also we see a couple of different parts. Let's turn about. Oh, that's the car. A car, not the one I built earlier, obviously, but yeah, not going to race this star fragment, I think. Too far off. Also, this is the Colosseum. Who's even here? Wow, Lightning Gleok. Okay, that's an upgrade. And Lionel, who was previously encamped in this place. I think that if we manage to get the full 3 levels of shock resistance, we can take it. Currently, we just can have up to 2. We have the Thunder Helmet, we have an additional layer of protection from food on top of that, but to get all 3, that's not going to happen soon. Oops. I'm just gonna check for treasure. And that actually did reveal something in Breath of the Wild, so I was kind of wondering. Whoops. Yeah, just an encampment. Very tempting to race over that, but that'd be a pretty significant misadventure. However, it is in a pretty reachable location. Yeah, we haven't even been to the Dueling Peaks. Just go pet it. Yeah, we've gotten one shot by one of those previously already, so we know it's not really to be trifled with. Until I decide to trifle with it, which we did with a Lionel earlier this stream. We actually got our first Lionel kill of this game today. Basically, if we can find a traversal path. Yeah. Backpack Korok up here. We'll take it. I don't know that we can do it yet. It's a pretty long reach all around. Unless I reloaded balloons or something. Let me check my stocks. 3 balloons. And very few flame emitters. Yeah, we can't do it. We don't really have enough parts to do that because we're saving for things that are a little more absolutely mission critical. I think this is going to be a bit of a tall order. We just need a path. Yeah, because this just wraps around to this side. Up in here. Okay. Whoa. That's just lightning. Yeah, let's switch out some of this stuff. We're actually in okay shape. I say as I plummet. So we need a great deal more distance to do this. With some additional materials, I kind of see how we can get it done. Yeah, because if we can chop down something here, then might be in much better shape. Back to the car, I can just kind of load him up with a stick or two. Also, can we just put a stone on this? You know what? We don't even need to do that. We can take this instead. Yep. Also, yeah. bit short in both locations, but okay. So where was I? Yeah. Oh, you know what? No, it's fine. Okay. Got that axis of rotation. There we go. Not nearly far enough. Oh. We'll see. I can think of a couple of adjustments we can make. That is a very nice fly swatter. Just look at what we swatted. Yeah, it seems like we should be able to go up through here. My swatter here is going to be a little too short for it, though. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, we can probably do it, in fact. We need to flip it. It's a little short. Oops. So much momentum on this thing. Can't quite get it right. Nope. It's too unwieldy all around. I'm just trying to stabilize this. Okay, that's a little bit off. I think we need to attach a few more pieces to make it work. Yeah, I was hoping to just kind of relay it up, but looks like we're going to fall pretty short of that unless we get a lot more wood. I'm sure a more elegant solution will present itself. Well, our friend there is so eager to meet up with his companion. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just a matter of making a long bridge long enough, really. We need a lot more. Now let's head back on up. Oops, no. Okay. We go. We're definitely not within reach. You can see where I left it. Really? Well, that seems to complicate things. Let's take a look. Yeah, we're just way too low in general. It's got to be with the balloon. It's the only way. Well, maybe not the only way, but, you know, the best way. We should mark this area. Just in case I forget about it. I don't actually know what symbol we should use here. Oh, Karox, of course. Anyway, the thing we were originally going to do ages ago was talk to Stable. Yeah, let's catch the next point first. Oh, we need money. Okay, I can't sell them to him directly just yet. That's fine, so do... He's primarily engaged in that. Okay, so what do we have here? We just sell one sapphire or something, and we good. We can also sell that luminous. That's what I was talking about earlier. It was a somewhat productive trade. Let's see what we can find where it went in the bag. So many pages of this. And this was after sorting it too. Anyway, let's what are we looking for? Oh yeah, selling off the luminous. If we can. It's not really here in this set. But we'll do something about that. I think we sold it all off. I picked up quite a few this time around. Yeah, I think it's kind of in its own set somewhere else. If I can find it. I don't really navigate a lot of my own stuff anymore. Okay, yeah, there we go. Luminous. Yeah, there's a hardy lizard here, right? Read them. Oh, 100 each is a little rich for our blood, I think. And they're clearly very good if you want to use them in late game for abrupt full heals. Now, why would that be? Oh, okay, that's it. Yeah, I thought it was something more elaborate than that. I mean, we could just make a really lengthy log bridge. Yeah, cherry blossom trees, we've seen a lot of that. I actually kind of missed one close by, apparently. Anyway. That's missing a wheel. If we could just find a way to move that one up. That is so high up, though. Well, not really that way anymore. Just gotta build the balloon, yeah. Alright, we'll mark that for the time being. Hey, look at that, I'm only a fraction away from the cliff face. That method will definitely not work. However, do we have a platform that would allow me to go up? The idea being, if we dropped it off with a recall, maybe we can ride it back up. Then that would require me to get the panel up high enough to begin with, which is not really the case. Just thinking about what my options are here. We could just spin the balloon. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate, but it seems like it's the best way. we need to be pretty clear about where we're going after that, so... Oh, it is going to be balloon plus flame emitter. That is also a bit of a limitation. Yeah, looking at the cliff face, we need so many more logs for this to be feasible. Yeah, not even open. That's the... There's a little cliff there. I think we're going to hold this one. And think about it. Yeah, so we already snapped this. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Let's have something else. Now if I can find a balloon part somewhere in here, that will change things significantly. Oops. Oh yes, we want to check the well here too for berries, but we'll get to that. No, we never did stay at the stable, did we? We should do that. Frenzy's a little off. Let's see if we can sell something additional. Oops, wrong way. And yeah, we'll just take a few more. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the issue here. Regional recommendations, so sure, why not? We already noticed, but I guess we'll meet him a couple times eventually. Colosseum ruins, well, what's he gonna tell me? You stand right in the middle of the strange circular ruins and close your eyes. Something happens. We get attacked by thunder. That's Gleok, I bet. That's interesting, though. Oh, I see. No, that's just metaphorical. I actually kind of wonder if we can build up enough resistance. Anyway, where are we gonna stay? Now we'll probably reset the Korok as well. Yeah, we noticed already. So he is cycling through messages, I'm pretty sure. Including the ones we've fulfilled, like the giant horse. We've seen all the tips. Spent all the money. But that's pretty healthy, so.
Ah!
And now, we can improve the saddle.
Ooh. Ah!
Oi!
Now let's see what the next reward is after this one.
Ah! Ah!
Extravagant. Yeah, it looks very good.
Ah!
One additional horse? We don't really need that, but okay.
Ooh.
Guess for people who really are the big collectors.
Hi!
Yeah, we still need to resolve this somehow. It's got to be with the balloon. But whoops, that was a mistake. Let's watch where we're going. Unless there's a way up that is a little steadier, like riding up there with a horse somehow. Because if we can find a path, you know, this is not just an isolated rock. Might be able to do it. I feel like balloons heavily implied, but also not provided. Anyway, we'll walk up there, get a lay of the land again, see if maybe it is reachable by mount somehow. Getting into a whole stamina supply. Okay, there we go, new friend. Relatively. You wonder what happened? Yeah, so it's still in position. If we can find a way to get here. Way to ride, which went this way. It's still top of the Coliseum. That's not simple. Yeah, I might as well check this side just in case something serious I missed. Really, yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, we've been kind of running around aimlessly trying to figure out how best to approach this. And the cliff face is going to be high no matter what you do, and getting up here is not going to be trivial. Well, here's something very conspicuous. Still not what I'm looking for. Nice view, though. Healing peaks over there, Temple of Time. Kind of see a bit of everything. We should actually check that point. just in case. Yeah, this is not a full-scale tower, so far as I can tell. This is a signal point. Also, there's some springs here and pegs. I feel like if we brought those back, we might actually be able to do this.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, test his strength. Here's a carnival game.
Oh. Huh?
Let's ring the
Oh.
bell and how does this work then? Not yet. We don't really understand anything about this yet. So maybe so. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how we get to this point. That's okay. Anyway, Coliseum is located there. And here is fine. Alright. Yeah, we've been staring at this a while, but just kind of wonder if we attempt to take it. Let's switch to Thunderhelm. Put on some of the well, such as being the sky and so forth. It is formally an extended map. Sometimes in some very interesting ways. Anyone still hanging around a rim? Not really. Okay. A lot of electric attacks, actually. Good thing to watch out for. Yeah, so he's gonna turn everything to thunder. How much damage? Oh, no. Partial resistance is good, we probably need more than that. How committed are we here? Well, we know it's not a one-shot at least. That's important. Just take one of these, perhaps. And yeah, we'll need at least one of them anyway, so. Well, I mean, we've been keeping this stuff. Let's just use it. Except we're nowhere near being able to do much with them. Okay. Hey. Oh, that doesn't take him down at all. That's dodgeable. Whoop, nope. One shot, we do have a fairy though. Need to heal up. Don't know enough food to do this actually. Or shock resistance, which currently we have in layer 2. Not for long at that. Okay. Nope, just one shot you consistently. Do it to fairies, but that's not going to help. Now, some of the heads are actually kind of low. If we consistently go for the same heads, we might actually be okay. And maybe we focus on the head that is giving me the most trouble. Great, now let's switch to a good weapon. First time I've actually brought one of these down. Yeah, probably the spear. Okay. The wind is okay. Well, we're going to spend a lot of Aracuda here, though. Just try to lop off the head. Lightning attack against this guy probably won't do much. Gives me some damage against the head. These eyeballs are probably going to be fine too, which is take it down. got a head? No. Yeah, we did. Might have actually. Bump us. Okay. Using all the eyeballs against this guy, but where were we? Nope, let's just knock back. We're fine. You know, we can get low enough on heads. Maybe the bomb arrow is a good idea. Actually, we head up a little bit. Not too many pillars to hide behind, but whoa, okay. Too much shock resistance is starting to wear off too, so yeah, first meal that we have won't particularly matter, but we should get shock resistance on the second one. Stamina wheel is actually full right now. But if we... Yeah, this pumpkin meal is just one gloom, we can just use it. I don't think it's going to matter too much. And then we'll top this off. Okay. Well, no, once again, it's so hard. Just need to eat up as much as we can. But preferably with something that isn't going to totally override my shock resistance here. Well, I mean, with stamina food, it seems like it's the best idea. Yeah, too bad we're going to use all this at once. The full recovery, in fact. Well, I mean, we're still going to get mostly one shot out of that, so it might not be very efficient. Speed buff's not too bad, but again, we need resistance. You know what? We'll use this one, the Enduring Elixir. And then something else that'll give me that much to work with. Nope. Once again, just standing way too close. Yeah, Aracuda is a lot better here. Okay, so there is like a stomp attack, like a physical stomp attack that we need to be aware of. We're very, very low on health. And on everything else. Yeah, we can get attacks on the heads. So now what? We've been fighting for long enough at this point. There's probably an autosave that's going to revive me with far too many materials already expended, but it's okay as long as we strafe around the side. Which notably we can't do quite as much of in later locations. Okay, Kala Citadel, where we've seen one of these enemies already. Yeah. Yeah, we're running out of eyeballs. We can't just use that all the time. Obviously the headshots are nice, they seem to be one of the keys to this, but yeah, we do want a headshot if we can. Nope. Unfortunately, under lightning conditions, we don't seem to be damaging the individual heads. We don't get the headshot this thing. We don't seem to be doing much of anything, in fact. We can manage it. Is that one head down? Yeah, actually. It is looking droopy. Yeah, we probably... Yeah, we can't use one of the weapons that will give me lightning sparkles, I think. Just can't. Like, we might be able to get a shot off with it, and then we have to remove it once again. Otherwise, the sensible thing would be the first-person burrito bow. Whoa. Got way too close, we got stuck. Let's get the one-hit protection off of... next dish. Yeah, the thing is, not being able to use the metallic weapons is a problem for us here, and we may just have to, once again, take the shot and then take the weapon back off. The heads do seem to revive after a certain point, so... There's gotta be an easier way to do this. Maybe if we just throw items at him. No, this is gonna be a problem. Okay, you know what? Just throw. Ice won't work, but... Yeah, I think it's, all three heads are still up, so taking down a single head with headshots doesn't seem to do what I want. We did manage to get this guy down previously, though, with... bites is something. Let's see here. Don't want to waste too much of the bloom food. Once they're +2 are probably okay, but... Also, why were you wearing the cold pants? We needed 3 armor pants. That might have been a minor optimization at one point. That could make all the difference. Who knows? We did ground him earlier, and I wonder if that was from taking out 3 heads and temporarily disabling him. But without that, I'm not sure what we can do. I think part of it is that maybe it's expecting you to be able to ride up drafts. But yeah, we're in kind of rough shape. Do we have anything other than palm fruit? Don't give me the full heart. Golden apples. No, we don't want to do that. Bird eggs are not too bad. Yeah, no, we'll just eat something like bananas. Get some stamina back because I do need to run. Oh, look at that. Maybe. Well. I wonder how many fairies we're on. I should check that. I do need to know exactly. Because we've revived a few times already. I actually can't see how many we have. One, okay. Better to use the hearty dishes and see if he still one-shots me from like 12 hearts or something. No. We're a long ways off from beating him. No. Not nearly close enough. Nope, last fairy. Almost dead here. Yeah, if we had more food ready, I think we probably could have done this. But as it stands... Well, he's going to one-shot me anyways. The shock resistance isn't actually going to be the most useful thing. Whoa. As long as we heal up, it doesn't matter what I use. As long as we don't override anything really good. So let's say we go speed. Yeah, the hearts are the important thing here. We might go through most of our stock. But, you know, learning experience. Fighting this guy so early. You know, if we get behind him... Oh, he gets up here pretty quickly. I didn't mean to throw the pepper. That wasn't what I was going for. Just going for fire fruit if I can. So yeah, we really do need to complete lightning immunity. all 3 levels if we can. I really don't think this is all that viable without it, just because we can't even use our weapons at the moment. Nope. We haven't chipped away at his life bar in a while. Oh no. Oh. That was surprisingly safe. Don't tell me we're out of bombs. No. Yeah, hitting him in the body is not useful. We need to smack him in the eyes. I mean, we did take him down at one point. Yeah, at this point I think we're probably going to revive with a lot of my weapons depleted. So do we keep going and attempt this, or... Well, we'll see. If we see the life bars in his heads, it's just that we... know that the heads do seem to reactivate, like you kind of need to take them all at once. Which, if you have eyeballs available, is promising. It seems like you do need to strike them pretty accurately. You know, by jumping off ledges and then doing the bullet time shot. Doing a headshot of all 3 in a row or something. Oh, no, the wind has deflected thrown items pretty well. So let's see how this responds. Because it was a fairly long fight. I think we did lose most of our materials. I don't know if we saw an autosave in there somewhere, but it's somewhat likely. Or maybe not. Okay, so we're full up. So do we still want to attempt it? We feel like we probably need much more food. Like, I want to try a few things. Yeah, the problem is that we run out the construct bow really quickly against them. I actually kind of want to see if we can do it. Whoops. Nope. Already a bad start. But if we basically go like 1 level up and then jump, we know we can take 1 level worth of fall damage. We do like a triple snipe on this guy. So we take him down completely like that. And then that's 1 cycle already, and yeah, if we actually had a little more stamina than I do now, and if we actually switch to a metal bow, maybe that's doable. Okay, so what's going to be quick here? Spear, probably. Okay, let's get up. So yeah, that actually just expended arrows. We didn't need any materials for that to work. But we did have some materials, like some extra damage that we could do. Maybe we could take out the heads quickly. So that's the idea. The thing is, because I'm not full up on hearts, I might get one shot. Unfortunately, without the glider, we do take some fall damage. Not very much, but just enough for that to be a concern. So let's see. And of course, this tactic isn't going to work against all of these fights because not all of these will have this ledge to jump off of. So if I can find... I also don't know how quickly the lightning activates often. Let me find just a 1 heart food somewhere. Let's pop that. And then before the jump, we want to switch to something like Robo, maybe. We need more stamina, though. We need full bar of stamina before we attempt it. In fact, we won't have the stamina bonus anymore, so... let's go... Whip. And then... Nope. Still gonna require a couple shots here. Okay, we're still at full health, which is good. And the problem is... Again... Oh, that's good. That's good. Charge attack here. It's very good, in fact. Halfway down already. So again, we need the full power stamina. The royal bow actually still required 2 shots each, so it wasn't great, but... But... we need stamina, and we need them to go down if we can. We need something... Actually, no. We needed a quick shot. That was the difference with Mighty Construct Bow, why we... a lot better with it. We need a little bit of elevation here. Go... Okay. Okay, we need Aracuda right now. Or eyeball right now. There we go. Yeah, the damage is fine. It's fine. We got lots of weapons. Also, yeah, we still have the quick shot. The quick shot is just a little too weak in terms of damage, but if we had the eyeballs on it consistently, we'd need to use 6 Aracuda eyeballs, and I think that would actually hit. But, whoa, no. Hang on. Let's get it up here. I don't know if shock resistance will be useful whatsoever, given that we're still getting 1 shot, but we actually want to go movement speed, I think. And maybe with that little bit of extra stamina. Maybe. Let's see what we have. Actually, no, let's just go simmered fruit. We have this little bit of shock resistance, that's fine. Okay. fact, if we prepare the eyeball shots in advance. Okay, new weapon. Let's go. Yeah, Reaper. Okay, doing well. Doing surprisingly well. I think we can take him. It's looking good. It's looking good. We have a pattern. We have lots of fairies still in stock. We've got lots of eyeballs, which is the important thing. We just need to work out, you know, what was working and not working. Where is he? He's way out of position. Okay, way up in the sky. Okay, when he's kind of critically low, he actually does that. That's not good. Because we don't have the ability to ride that. Can I hit him anyway with, like, maybe Rudo bow? No. The angle's all wrong. Well, this is a bit of a twist. And it's funny, too, because like, we probably were able to burn him down in the previous cycle. Okay, let's gain some elevation. Let's gain some elevation. Then maybe we can get a bow within range. We'll get a better angle than one of the Gerudo bows. Then ball him from there. Does it go? Oh, that's totally within range. That's the thing, though. You do need to deal with lightning strike coming down towards you. And that totally works, though. It's within range. We can do it. I think we need speed here. Shock resistance is good. Yeah. But attack up might be good. We actually kind of want that. Or we stay on shock resistance. One of the two. I feel like we should stay on shock resistance just because we are using a bow that might get me into trouble. Okay. Then we switch off immediately when the lightning strike comes. Okay. Get back onto this guy. We'll switch back off. Oh, got him. Wow, that was special. We actually got him without the glider. And the Gerudo bow plus lots of eyeballs is a trick. So basically we only engage them if we have tons of eyeballs. If we don't have a glider to keep me company. Well, that was a good fight. So we figured out the pattern. That's a good thing. It's just you take down all three heads and you just get in there and slap them. then you got the final phase there that just requires you to get within range. So, Gleok Thunderhorn. And yeah, 30 attack power with electricity. That's pretty wonderful. And arrows and thrown weapons, yeah. So that's... And if you're accurate, you can actually just use the range buff as well. But I think arrow could is way better because we can't actually angle up enough. But if you use the long range bow, and the homing shot will hit him anyway. So that was not even that expensive in terms of what we needed. Also, somebody needed a Gleok. Side quests. Let's see. I don't even remember who it was. Gleok Guts. Gleok Guts. They come through a 3-headed monster flying over Gerudo Canyon. I guess maybe we can't loot guts. Oh no, we have guts. So we can actually fulfill that quest now as well. If we get back to it eventually, which we might not. Anyway, we have the guts. We just need to remember not to use them. And let's see. Yeah, we expended a lot of weapons, obviously, but could have been a lot worse. We still have the mighty construct bow. We've got 78 arrows. Main thing that we're kind of short on now is the eyeballs. I think we used all the key eyeballs. We're down to 8 Arakuda, which would not be enough to get through a fight like that. And I think it was about, at an eyeball estimate, about either 50 to 60 health on each of the heads, as far as I could tell, because the 24 on a eyeball was just barely short. The 40 something on a royal bow was just, the 24 on a mighty construct rather was just short. And the 40 something on the royal bow was also just short. So I think it's actually 50 HP. Just at a very rough estimate. Yeah, glad we got that done. I was kind of feeling like it was flagging a bit on the stream, honestly. Prior to getting in that fight, but it was actually very reinvigorating in some ways. Just to kind of get her head back in the game. Okay. Oh, also. Didn't that guy say something about standing in the center of the Colosseum? I think that was just metaphorical, though. I don't think that was actually something functional. I mean, you can see so much stuff up there, but it's not particularly reachable. One thing that I didn't consider is that we actually could have used Ascend every time instead of climbing up the stairs manually. Do the fight. We could have just ascended up and fought that way. Now let's do a quick little run around here anyway, just to make sure we're not missing any chests or anything else valuable. Very different layout here than in the previous game, of course, given that, you know, you don't have all these Lizalfos just waiting to jump you from the sides while you fight the Lionel down below. I originally did that just by going around back and sniping everybody in the upper levels before engaging. Also, we see a shrine rather prominently, but That must be over in Central Hyrule, perhaps? No, actually, it looks pretty close by. Got a lot of shrines here. Like, ah, yeah, this is some of the central stuff, perhaps. A lot of shrines to fill. Well, a lot of combat landmarks in this session. Took down our first Lionel, took down our first Gleeok. And given the pattern there, I bet we can probably take down the Fire Gleeok the same way. We just mainly need a lot more food, and a lot more eyeballs. That's the main thing. We need tons more eyeballs for this kind of fight. Oh. These guys, we're gonna sneak strike them. Let's take out the camp. White one's got to go last because I don't know if I have enough damage for a single hit. Want to go to Reaper still? Yeah, we can. It's overkill for the blue, but we don't want too much chaos. It's just a single hit anyway. Oh, armor. I didn't even see that. That was a mistake. We need a bomb then. Oh, bees. Look at that. Okay. Stay on this weapon. Yeah, so against armor, this did just about nothing, which I seriously think about. Let's ice him, in fact. We can. Then we'll just get him back. And, oh, you know what? The bees are going to do that for me. Okay. We need to just knock him back. Oh. Oh. Watch this. Get the instant kill on him. Just sink him. Almost. Oops. There we go. Instant kill, look at that. Very nice. Yeah, that's how to do it near water, is you use freeze plus the Korok front. Don't need to deal with HP at all, as long as you can get down there and loot without incident. Yeah, a bit of a mistake there with the armor, but I just didn't even look at that guy properly. I saw he was a blue and just went for him. Oh. Go. Yeah. got a bunch of this stuff that's pretty weak. And trade up for it. It had been a while since we'd really spent down a lot of weapons on a boss anyway, so... Got a golden apple, I see, or just an apple? There's a golden apple. No, let's use my Korok weapon. Oh. Okay. That works. Good enough. Doesn't need to be perfect. Anyway, let's not stand too close to the metal. A lot of shrines here in the central region, actually, that we haven't even touched. It's like a Bokoblin squad. Let's not mess with it with his robe right this minute, however. Mark this one. I mean, we could use the topaz rod. So, maybe we will just take it. We're fighting the lightning anyway. Okay, so much for our only kind of friendly bow. We'll just need to get more. Yeah, we can just drop the rock hammer. High durability though. We'll keep this one. We'll dump this one. Arakuda, we definitely want that. We'll take another one. Very gladly. The more the merrier. Not that we can fight another Gleeok until we have an additional bow to work with. Also, there's another series of backpack bokoblins over there, and I usually snipe them using the Arakudas, but you know, I have a pretty strong incentive to stash those for as long as we can, so. This is quite the construction platform. Rather bigger than usual. Yeah, we'll get in here and then we'll use the sniper bow. before they all go after me. And we'll do a shot plainly. Yeah, nice long range bow. Oh, it's a talus. Didn't even see that. Okay, let's heal up. Didn't even see it was a talus. That's okay, let's, maybe we want swim speed for this section. Let's think about this. Actually, it doesn't matter. The first meal doesn't matter. I guess we'll be putting something like attack power on top. Maybe. And we'll just launch a bomb at the next one or something. Speed up. Yeah, we'll just eat a stamina meal here and go. Maybe it's a water fight, yeah. Or, well, it's not exactly a water fight. Yeah, bridge. Yeah, deal with some of their ammunition here. Before they spend it all, I was hoping to loot some of that fruit. I guess, if we... Okay, now we take the ascent point. Using this power. Oh, no. Let's not stand here. Discarding a chest or something. Let's go for Royal. Nope, come on. Here we go. Send. Send. That was very annoying. The ascension camera is just going to be its usual self. Oh. No, come on. I can actually jump it. Nope. Totally hidden. Nope. Lean down, will you? Lean down. There we go. Okay. Please go upstairs. And then... some kind of hammer-worthy weapon. Or damage. Yeah, we should just go straight for the hammer. And go. Yeah. Oh, no. Hoping to get a kill shot there, but we obviously missed by one bit of damage. Let's heal up. Or do we need to? No, we probably should. Bow would be nice. There we go. There we go. Good loot there. We will, of course, grab the stone talus part, but not before we check the chest in case we get a good weapon to attach it to. The pass is fine. A lot of gems off of this guy, in fact. Let's, take a look here. Something I can use. This sturdy wooden stick would be a good choice. Broadsword would be a better choice, but the thing is, we've already started to cut away its durability. Because the base damage is quite nice, but we've used this quite a bit. So yeah, now we've got multiple mid-damage weapons for breaking rocks. Various situations. Now, this is totally a zonite part that I didn't see. Oh, got a couple of different parts there, in fact. Yeah, in case we wanted to use that to play the fight, but anyway, we got the construction materials. And what do we have next? Well, right, because we left my horse behind to begin with. Yeah, we should maybe go back for that, partly. Instead of just walking the rest of the way, and then we can start to maybe approach some of the shrines that are just on the way anyway. You hear it coming? Choo-choo, let's ice it. Doing a single trade here, not great. I was hoping for more than that. Also, these guys can be chopped instantly, but it's not really too much of a priority right now. Anyway, how close are we to the horse? I feel like we need to load up and cook anyway, although it's raining, so we can't cook. Oh, yes, and isn't there a fairy fountain inside that well? Let's do this first. For you, even wet. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna stick a plate through there. And we'll just stabilize it. Very clear. Build a triangular base. Yeah, that's a little rough, but move the attachment point up a little bit, yeah. Okay. Perfectly fine. Okay, rain is cleared. That means we can probably cook. Alright. Those rice balls didn't even give me an additional effect, but oh well. Also, with no lightning here anymore, let's actually switch off of some of these. Forgot to change the horse gear, in fact. Oh, we got it. It's been taken care of already. Oh yeah, last time we were here we got distracted by the Korok, that's what happened. Yeah, let's sell something off quickly, just to... That we should have considered selling off expensive meals if we had any that were particularly good, but since some of them are just taking up space right now, or buffs I'm not using. But I don't want to play too risky here, so... Alright, let's load up again. We've heard this multiple times. And we've seen this as well. I'm guessing the message will be a repeat again. Yeah, we haven't figured out how the gem thing will work yet. I guess we just feed them directly. Well, we'll get there. Let's dress the horse. At the appropriate desk. Change equipment. Extravagant, yeah. That's the way we remember it. Even more extravagant than before, actually, so... Not bad. Very neat, in fact. Okay. Next, let's cook. Let's grab more arrows, in fact. sell off a sapphire. Yeah, just one. You never know how many you'll need for gear upgrades later, so.
Wow! Yay! Yeah, yeah! Wow!
Yeah. I gotta get moving again on some of this stuff. Oh, did I select completely the wrong thing? Yeah. Right, because I didn't actually select the recipe. That's okay, we'll do this. We'll get some lighter meals in there somewhere too, probably. In fact, no, we should think about defensive food at some point, but like with iron shroom, we know that if we mix it with a fish, we can try that. Not using the arowana just yet. We should try the glowing cave fish with the glowing effect. Double defense up, yeah. Should actually get a couple of those. At various levels of improvement. Surf and turf. Indeed, we should. About what else we could do. Bring that with the shroom, perhaps. See if you get a double glow. Nope, you don't. Yeah, we should definitely do something about the gloom food, though. We have any of those pumpkins that we haven't created a farm for yet. So where's my sunderline? Yeah, that's quite nice. I wonder between that and the pumpkin what the effect would be. Yeah, it would give you a lot of gloom restoration, but not much health, so it's probably not that useful, given that you typically would want the gloom removal and a health buff at the same time, just to heal up. Anyway, we need some additional meals, so let's see what we can do here. Yeah, we can still do this, in fact. Quite an efficient recipe. Probably sells well too, but, you know, we'll check it. Probably don't want to be using too many of those, the effect, though. Also, why don't we go all fruit and Zapshroom and electric. Does that still only give me layer 1 of protection? Good. Now that's what I want to see. That's how you do it. We'll make a couple of those, in fact. That's how you use all 3. Yeah, we actually do want that for Gleonk fights, because you might in fact get the shock immunity. If I understand this correctly. Interestingly enough, cold resistance and heat resistance in this game only go up to 2. Looks like you don't get the full immunity just off stacking that, but we don't know too much about it just yet. We'll grab an additional one because it's too useful. As long as we don't override it with something, which is why we do need more meals that are just pure meat. Or pure health, rather. Can't carry anymore, that's fine. We don't actually have that many health-only meals relative to what we need, but I think that's okay. Anyway, let's go down the well after we break some of this stuff. Oops. No ferries at the moment. Oh, except I think you need to go in a little further, don't you? We'll see. Some luminous. Yeah, I think there's a cap to how many ferries you can carry at the same time, which means that if you cook some of them, maybe you're able to loot more. Yeah, because past a certain point, they just don't spawn on you. Okay, let's go back across the bridge and perhaps do a couple of the shrines that are suspiciously close to our intro area in Central Hyrule. Yeah, that's probably why there's such shrine density here, just to get players powered up quickly, perhaps. It is unusually dense in some ways. Of course, we could find a crossing. That would be nice too. Get back over to just Geoglyph eventually. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, let's ride. Yeah, too bad about that one Korok escort that I couldn't quite figure out yet. I believe that you do have to use your own balloon on it, though. Also, you know what? Let's... Is it this guy? No, I don't think so. I think this guy's new. Where is he? Let's get the harness, perhaps. Yeah, we'll practice dragging him. I mean, the stable's right there. We might as well just do it. Although, you know what? No, no. Second thought. The second thought, I think we need a raft anyway, so. If we can get a control stick, that'll be great, but. If we don't have one, well, that'll get interesting quickly. Maybe there's one buried underneath somehow. Got a nut there, if it's visible. You know, we may actually be able to do this without steering. Let's not spook the horse. Not too much anyway. As long as we aim. Now we should be able to head straight in with no incident as long as we don't get sniped by every rock along the way. Actually worked out rather well. That's a very gloomy looking well. If you have some gloom resistance or protection, maybe you can actually go down it. But otherwise, that looks like something that I probably can't touch. You know what? Let's give her to choose first. Looks like you can't do the climb without touching the plume. Rather slippery here, so gotta keep that in mind. Whoa. Okay. That's not what I expected. It's actually the first trip to the depths, it might be. It is. I didn't expect it would be a chasm right away, I just assumed it would be a well. Well, that's interesting. That's rather accidentally our first trip to the depths. Yeah, we need to swat this thing. Yeah, we get zonite off of this, great. Do we get a chance to ascend, or are we stuck here for a while? Maybe let's not loot all the cavefish. Let's get some glow. Anyway, this was not where I expected to end up, but we'll make the best of it. Bright mushroom skewer, 4 minutes glow, yeah. Double glow is even better, but go to single. And oh yeah. That's fine. What do we just kick it? Let's tap it. I mean, this is a depth entrance that's, first of all, safe, and secondly, fairly close to the initial part of the map, so wouldn't be surprised if it's maybe a little more beginner friendly, I suppose. I mean, here's a mineable element right here. Yeah, so these guys go down easily. Whoop. Be aware of gloom, but that's okay, gloom will restore. I just can't quite tell what strength they are at. You get to read it by their heads. Yeah, let's stay on it. Considering moving to one of the better weapons I have, but let's actually get Rishu to fight. There we go, much better. Oop, don't let him take that thing. It's actually Isom or something. Okay. Sorry. Where's my weapon? There we go. Let's go Talus Hammer. Yeah, judging by the headpiece, I think this is actually silver. In fact, this whole art design here, this is our first silver tail, in fact. Yeah, this whole design is partly why it is the case, perhaps, that everything is kind of identifiable by silhouette, that the enemies have unique headpieces in this game, because, you know, you can't necessarily rely on being able to see their colors. Overusing this bow. That's okay, we have two of them for a reason. Yeah, getting out of the depths with no fast travel, that'll be fun. But we signed up for it. You know what we're in for. And we might have to burn some food. Just to see around my feet. Yeah, let's not loot all the shrooms. This is not a good idea. That area looks conspicuously like it's encouraging me to go towards it. Davis Canyon Mine. Yeah, we actually need to toss some materials ahead of us, I think. Oh yeah. Much better. There we go. That's a lot better. Rejo, please. Good thing we figured out the item throw before any of this, because I think it would have been a little awkward otherwise. I don't really want to use a talus hammer against Smith's. Oh well. Got some bombs, but I actually think the bow durability is a better thing to spend than bombs. Maybe not a single shot. Anyway, let's see what we're dealing with here. We're in location at depths. We see a lot of different potential exit points, perhaps, but very little sense of scale or how they're connected, so. Once again, treasure chest, that's potentially useful. Miner's top, oh, I like that. Definitely need it, much better. This is a very complicated environment. I had no idea what to expect with the depths. We'll be looking at all the chasm entrances all this time, and you know, I thought the well would maybe take me down to a well bottom that would then give me the depths, but because of what's marked as chasms, and because we didn't think to check the map, we wound up in this situation instead. Okay, nice note over there. Well, we'll see about eventually getting out, but for the time being, we might be here for a somewhat longer haul. That's why we got all this bright bloom seeds up on the surface. I mean, I knew I'd use them eventually, but I don't really have a sense of how much or how little we'd have to work with here. Oh, this is a very conspicuous cavern entrance, perhaps. Glad to reach you here to keep company. Kind of wonder if a single shot from the Lionel bow would tap 3 locations, but like, not really. Looks like this doesn't open a passage either. It's just a pretty massive node. Maybe we set a bunch of bombs together and blew them all up at once with a single shot. That would be interesting. Oh, took it all down. After a certain point. Okay, that's a lot of zonite. We'll eventually have to take it up to the sky for the battery charge, but till that point. Let's figure out that location that we were looking at earlier too. Oh, that's conspicuous. Yeah, given how fortunate it was that we ran into Miner's Top, I actually kind of wonder how difficult it'll be to find other things. Let's get Riju to do at least part of this for me. Okay. Nice light weapons here should do. So who knows how these pods are going to work. This is something new. You know, we're close enough to the Great Plateau location. That if we go south, we can do the Temple of Time quest. And that would give me a sense of direction in terms of something specific that I know I can do down here.
Yeah.
A light route. Okay. Does it send me back up, maybe? Or what is it? Oh, I see. It probably lights up the area. I see on the map it's almost certainly a warp point. We're not going to use that as a warp point, but I kind of wonder. and it maps things for you. Okay, that works. Wow, this is quite a statue. Okay, that makes it a lot more feasible to actually do things down here. Who does this guy think he is? Also, didn't we see a second one close by? Got a couple of different statues, in fact. And I actually wonder how climbable this is. Because you could get in a position where you can ascend back up. On one hand, I kind of want to try it. On the other, I want to, since I'm down here anyway, move towards the Temple of Time quest. Okay, that's fine. We'll go around instead. Yeah, maybe not every entry into the depths will be quite as gentle. But you get up all the way to the top, I wonder. First of all, if it will be a valid surface for ascend, because, you know, it's a pretty natural thing to try. We'll see, we'd have to let go at a certain point here just to somewhere to stand. We find one of those minor points here where you can regain stamina. Oh, almost. It looks like you can probably stand over there to the left. Whoa, bad idea. Oh, okay, that's what a fairy's for, yeah. I want to burn them so casually like that, but whatever works. Also, why not? Well, it's a pretty natural thing to try. I mean, I did see locations that looked like standing was possible. Obviously, we find something low enough to be an ascend point. It'll work even better. Possibly we can even build into one. Again, the range is never very clear to me, so So we shall see. Just need to find the appropriate location. I mean, I think it's probably doable, I just don't know where it takes you. Like I was saying, natural location is to hit the plateau. The 4 points that we know we do need to hit. A lot of elevated camps here too. Yeah, well, we can try to play around with Descent, but I think let's just keep playing down here. No harm done. Gloom does eat away at your health initially, but we're already below total. It doesn't actually matter too much. Oh, this is new. Get some meat off these guys. Oh, more Zonite. Oh, look at that. Wonder if we can do something with a chew. Let's try red. Okay, same interaction as usual, okay? Having Bridget do some chip damage here is, in fact, pretty useful. Yeah, that's the natural point to go to next. Let's try to reveal what we can, a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
Don't want to stand too close to the bomb flowers. Yeah, look at that. There is a natural point to look at here. We can climb up. Something about this reminds me of the ancient cistern in Skyward Sword, which did have that lower level that opens up in the darkness and you climb up into the light as you are pursued by zombies below. Play enough of the Zelda series and a lot of the iconography just comes back. Bit by bit. We'll want to light that up once we get up there. Drop a seed. Hang on. No, we should just check it. Checking it seems to have this light effect that lands it properly, whereas merely dropping it doesn't. Another reason why I'm glad we finally understood the item throwing in a tutorial. That looks rather reachable. Sting here. Nothing up above. I do wonder if you can tap this thing and... Nope. Perhaps you could use this point to just throw light down below. Might be the main thing it's useful for, in fact. Well, anyway, we'll probably proceed as before. Bomb flower garden. Ooh, look at that. Who are you? Nope, not you. Deep firefly. Glow effect, obviously. One of these muddle buds that we given his quest rewards up top.
Yeah.
And yeah, some of these are probably worth a climb, but let's try to light things up first. Okay, let's hammer it.
Yeah.
Now, is this defended, I wonder? No? We'll just touch it. And we'll just steadily reveal more of what we get. access to horses or anything back here, unfortunately. Might work to dispel the darkness. Yeah, you have a full camp there. Let's not engage with it right now. And yeah, we know that we drop the orbs in these locations, we just don't know where they go. So as we can cover north map down there, I think we're likely to be in decent shape. Oh, never picked these up. Oh, they're a Poe. Marking our statue. Wow, long time no see. Oh. That looks like a big guy. Let's heal up. I did remember to cook before I came here, right? Frogs. I mean, he's got a pretty prominent eyeball, so... Whoa. Well, we can run out of that naturally. The other thing to do is drop a bomb in there. And go around him. There we go. We should heal up before we do anything foolish here, but I think we can take him. We don't really need lightning resistance here. Let's put on a fancier headpiece. Let's see about weapons. Yeah, close range, maybe go for the Mighty Lionel. We looted it for a reason. Let's see if we can do the flame emitter and see how he is with fire. Okay. Okay, not very good with fire actually. Terrible with fire. Let's switch to something else. Might be that I need to break through armor or something first, but the bomb strategy obviously works so long as we run out. Okay. We need to hit him in the back or something. Oh, yeah. So yeah, no wonder we get so many bomb flowers and stuff. Do you need them? Now let's get Riju here, because the lightning power will be amazing. go. Don't even need to do the bomb thing if we Riju available. Okay. In fact, we should switch back to the other bow if we're in that. Go. We're gonna have ammunition problems, so we'll keep fighting these. Large crystallized charge, very nice. Froxvang. Got children's tongue twister book waiting to happen. Roxton socks. Okay. Well, that was fun. Pretty easy to figure out too. But again, how long we spend down here? More, I'm a little concerned about ammunition depletion. 89 arrows, yeah. It's pretty archery dependent. However, if we just mostly dodged and used Riju's power, I think we were actually going to be in good shape. No dice here under range. A little further. We should be able to reach the first drop point. More pose. Pose for the fans. So pose are currency, bubbles are currency. We got so many currencies that we don't even know how to spend yet. Don't know what they're for. Don't know what they do. What is this place? Got a lot of shelving. Ooh, parts. Excellent. Except we don't know where we'll be flying, so. Nice to have a repository like this, in fact. We have some platforms. Yeah, we have a construction point, basically. We should mark it. I don't know if star is the right marker for this kind of thing, but yeah. Because basically we can drive. That looks prominent. Now, do we want to go glider? Probably not, but we can go wheels. Let's redo this a bit. Flip it. In fact, we probably should see what's over there first. Hang on. Oh, it was acting up a little bit. suppose. Yeah, we'll grab a vehicle and kind of inch forward. No cheap weapon here. Okay, no problem. Well, I don't really see a chasm or anything because I recently used a wingman, so let's just go wheels for now. But yeah, I suppose you can mount wings on top of the cart platforms and have a wing machine that can cross the gaps, but the thing is, do we have a steering stick? Most important thing here. Because if we don't, then we basically just go one way. Slight limitation here, perhaps. What even is this? Right here.
Yeah.
Oh, weapon? So what does that do? You temporarily give me one. Well, without a steering stick, I'm not sure how useful this will be. Here's the thing, I probably have my own steering sticks, but how many? I want to use it now. Only 3. Not too crazy about that. Let's also maybe throw something on this platform and attach it. Well, didn't expect that to happen. Well, hello. Maybe it's a bit of a fight here. Got off a bit more than I could chew, but yeah, we'll get in here and do this. Okay, there we go. Okay, get Riju back here. Really quite nice. Smashed bow. Okay. Accidentally activating vehicles while you're fighting is very, very Indiana Jones. Okay. And hey, we've got a mining spot. We can spare some arrows. Some bow durability on a weak bow, which is great. We need a weak bow precisely for these purposes. So we don't cut to our actual damage needs.
Yay. Yeah.
So here's the thing. Blood moon down here, yes or no? I mean, there's got to be some kind of respawn mechanism, right? But, oh, horses. Skeletal horses. We'll take one. I like it. We can't see a thing, but I like it. This is a pleasant surprise. Certainly have the stamina. And gloom is not an issue. So, yeah, we're gonna have to do a 180 here quickly, just to back to where I wanted to be. If I dismount, let's go. So I do need to do a bit of mining here. Or if I can just feed us some zonite or something. No? Okay. I mean, I don't know what it eats. Probably doesn't eat. Oh, that's why there's a glider spot. Just a minute here.
Yeah.
Okay, I think what I'm going to do is hit that point, that light route. We're actually going to call it from there. A lot to look at, though. Let's take the horse over that side first. Good horse. Now the thing is, I can totally throw items while I'm riding, which is a really important subtlety here. Let's grab some pose. Don't need to do too much to pick him up here. We just gotta go at medium speed. And toss as we go. Like I'm saying, really glad I learned this particular input. That the tutorial message about throwing items from inventory actually came in extremely handy. We just need to find a way there. We'll light up this place soon enough. So. Here we are. Yeah, Central Hyrule Depths. We're going to light it up. And we're going to prioritize the 4 points in the Temple of Time quest when we come back at the next stream, so let's light it up and let's see what happens. So this was kind of an unexpected diversion. Luckily we're fairly well resourced, at least for the time being. I guess that's why they give you so many of the Zonai cook pots as well, is because that's maybe your only option for some time down here if you urgently need a couple of single meals. There's 1 pot per meal, which is not easy to work with, but oddly enough, this is a lot more detailed mapping than anything we did in the overworld, since we don't have the app for that. Or the Sheikah Towers up top. Also, sound's been dead for a while. I don't even know how long. Okay. This is kind of glitching in and out. I hope it was okay for the what is it? The Frox fight earlier. But anyway, we are going to be logging off anyway, so I'm not going to do too much to fix it right this moment. And hopefully it's sounding acceptable right now and not a totally glitchy mess. And if it is, I suppose that adds to the effect. Yeah, pretty subtle ambience here anyway, so really glad we had Riju before we came down here. That solved a lot of problems, especially resource-wise. So yeah, we got something to look at down there. We got these 4 points. I mean, we must be standing right beside one of my drop locations. Need to figure out where that device went. So we might be right next to it. And yeah, right next to it. There we go. Oh, I see. This is a vehicle point as well. Big wheels and everything. So maybe we didn't need to start the other one. Although, yeah, we got lots to work with. What is this? A light. Yeah, that's helpful. Steering stick is also helpful. So I just guess some of those other points are spare parts. I don't know if this was the case for all of these warp points we saw here. Judging by the map, I should be right at where I dropped something through the Great Plateau, so must have wound up somewhere here. Possibly in the upper level, though. We've hit something on the way down. Possibly in that camp that we passed. So anyway, we're going to stop at a light route. I had no idea what to expect when we came down here, and this has been pretty interesting so far, especially because with the warps, we don't know how or when we're getting out, but that'll be a challenge for later and for next time. Well, we'll probably be continuing tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching. And we've got a lot to look forward to that really wasn't at all what I thought we'd be doing so soon. Anyway, likely back tomorrow. Have a great day ahead of you. Hope you enjoyed what you saw, however it was and whenever it was you were watching. And as usual, have a wonderful weekend ahead of you with whatever it is you are playing or watching, and fare thee well.